All right. Are we back? Can you guys see the stream again or? All right. That's good. Fighting Spirit, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what's going on, guys. The internet. Actually, I shouldn't say the internet because my internet is perfectly fine. It's whatever my connection is to Twitch, that is the thing that's going to shit. So we're gonna try and go as long as the fucking internet will let me. But that was just like it just constantly kept dropping. Like I would stop the stream, stop everything, quit the OBS, get back into OBS, start the stream, and it would just instantly keep dropping. Like it just would not work. Just restart the ISP. I wish it was that fucking simple. Before we continue watching, I just need to go pee quickly. But yeah, it's probably going to happen again. There's literally nothing I can do. This has been happening since I moved here, and my ISP keeps saying it's not their problem. Everything on their side is working, but apparently it's not. But apparently it is. So I don't know what you fucking do with that. When you tell someone, listen here, it's broken, you show them that it's broken, and they go, no, it's working. Sort of like, oh, must be me. Like, I must be fucking imagining disconnecting from Twitch the whole time. But, hey, as long as you guys say it's working, it must be working. Must be fine. So, yeah, I don't know what the fuck to do. It is just what it is. There's literally nothing I can do. Abaddon, yeah, we are back. I'm going to be right back. I'm just quickly going to go pee. So, you guys go take a break as well. Get up, walk around for a bit. And I'll be right back. I'm going to be playing some fucking ads now, so you don't need to be here for this. I'm going to get a big partner contract with YouTube. No, I wouldn't take a contract with fucking anyone, but I'm way too small to get any sort of partner contract. Plus, YouTube fucking drops just as much. All right, I'm back. Yeah. I didn't play any music. I was literally just playing some ads for people. Kilimanjaro, how you doing, brother? Hope these on targeted advertising. No, Twitch doesn't do targeted ads, dude. Yeah, if you have a proper ad blocker, you shouldn't be getting ads. So that shouldn't be a problem for most of you. But yeah, I do apologize, guys. I see we've already dropped some frames again. It's really nice. I like that. I really enjoy that. So yeah, if it happens again, just know that I will try my absolute best to get back in, even though there's a good chance that that will eventually not happen, because it does. Whenever the internet does this, it's usually just a fucking matter of time. Cask, how you doing, brother? Anyways, are you guys ready to keep watching? I hope so. Which one are we on now? Oh, the Iron Fists.
And cannot so easily be corrupted. So if you want people who have this little techno fetishistic vibe to them, that love their vehicles and their walking coffins, hit up the Iron Hands.
Understand, Commander. I was never here.
Legion 11.
Yep.
Why, hello there. I have returned from touching grass. I know. I'm pretty cool with the grass touching. And now let's continue our Warhammer lecture.
This ruffles my jammies!
Okay, so what's going on here?
I am a super sandwich!
The World Eaters. Allegiance, Heretic. Primark, Angron. A butcher, a slaughterer.
Like extremely, earth-shatteringly, unreasonably fuck-ass mad.
Single word descriptor, anger. Hey you! Yeah, you! Are you mad? Do you just fucking hate everything? Do you want to murder everything in sight and get rewarded for doing so? Then you should join the World Eaters. Home planet of Nuceria and Primark, Angron, who, if the name didn't suggest, is real fucking angry. Angron was raised a slave, forced to fight in gladiator pits. When he refused, they shoved old world tech into his brain so that if he ever felt any emotion other than anger, it caused him extreme pain. All his sons, wanting to be like their dad, also put a version of these nails in their brain. So now you have an entire legion who literally feel unimaginable.
But wait, Angron hates his own sons, don't he? So why would his sons care about? Because isn't Angron the one that he hates his sons, but his sons hate him too? And Saving Raven, I mean, there's nothing I can fucking do about that. Yes, the internet and the electricity is a fucking problem. You got it wrong. Angron did it to them, and they hated him for it. That's what I had as well, Fine Spirit. I would say there's two things that, from what I've gathered so far, that Bricky got wrong in this. The first is that, from what I've gathered, Angron didn't get the spikes because he refused to fight. It was because he refused to kill someone. Like, there was someone that the slave masters wanted him to kill during the gladiatorial battle, and then because he would spare the lives of people that he thought fought well, they ultimately, like, fucking chipped him. You know, they gave him the spikes. And he then forced his children to get the spikes, and they hated him because of that. Oh, yeah, he refused to fight. He refused to fight or kill his foster father. And that's why they gave him the spikes. I guess that still qualifies, yeah. Still qualifies as him refusing to fight. That makes sense. His videos are not really lore accurate. I mean, they're super entertaining. And I do think maybe we should, QTila, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate that. I think maybe we're looking at Bricky's videos too closely. So take, for example, Luton. Whenever Luton makes a video, Luton would make one video about one of these chapters and it would be 40 minutes long. So he goes into great detail. Whereas this video is most likely not meant for people who already know the universe really well. It is most likely meant for newcomers to the universe. And in that sense, they want it to be more like their father. They got the spikes and now they sort of get very angry together. Kind of enough to know as a newcomer to the universe. Whereas if you were to go into great depth, there would be, like, it would take longer to cover each and every single one of these factions if you wanted to go through every single thing. So I would argue Bricky's videos, for what they're meant to be, is probably spot on. They're not absolutely lore accurate, but I don't think it hurts that much, considering I entered the Warhammer universe through another Bricky video, which was every single faction explained in Warhammer 40k, and a lot of people complain, oh my god, Bricky isn't really lore accurate. Didn't matter, because he got me into the universe, and then I started watching Luton videos, where I learned a lot of the right things, which is fine, I think. Well, what he said isn't 100% wrong. A lot of the World Eaters did get the nails to be closer to their father willingly. Yeah, like I said, it sort of covers the basis of what you need to know, at least.
Pain if they are feeling any emotion other than anger. Slap them with a freight train of armor, 2 goddamn chainsaw axes, and you can see what's gonna happen. It's no wonder they're corrupted by Khorne. They're honestly a surprisingly sad legion that I actually screwed up in assuming that they were all just angry murderers. I mean, they are, but they didn't start out that way. Their Khorne corruption degraded their intelligence, their free will, and made powerful warriors into arguably even more powerful warriors, but blunt, like frothing at the mouth psycho warriors. The World Eaters, like I mentioned in the Space Wolves, they wear their concept on their sleeve.
Gutella, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're very happy to have you here. I didn't know that bit. Wait, so their corruption degraded their intelligence? For what purpose? If you're gonna have a really angry dude that just wants to kill things, wouldn't it be better if that really angry dude that just wants to kill things is actually also smart? Or does Khorne not give a fuck about that? Maybe for Khorne the problem would be if you're too smart, there might be battles that you walk away from purely because you know that it would be a losing battle. And so Khorne prefers his subjects just intelligent enough that they can put one foot in front of the other, but stupid enough not to realize when they're marching towards their death. In combat is not really a good thing. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you're probably going to lose most of your fights. The intelligence to cut you in two, do they? Khorne is not smart either. I mean, he is a god, though, so is he really that stupid? The nails turn Angron into an even worse warrior in a tactical sense? Tactically, yes, but it all depends on what you're being used for. So, say, for example, you have... let's say you have Fulgrim, who is actually tactically decently smart. Okay, so you have Fulgrim. Because of his search for perfection, he's always going to try and come up with the perfect plan. So you have Fulgrim, and Fulgrim uses the World Eaters as sort of like a forward force. Right? So once they're in the battle, he unleashes the World Eaters, and for that, you do not need the World Eaters to be intelligent. You just need them to want to kill. Because you're basically pointing them in the direction in which to kill. You don't want them to think. So that could be a helpful thing if that is what your army is consisting of. So you have your bloodthirsty fucks that just want to kill everything. And they don't have to think. You just need to point them in the right direction. And they're going to kill as many things as possible. A bit of a joke in the newest Horus Heresy book. No spoilers. I haven't read the new Horus Heresy stuff. I mean, Custodians massacred demons and World Eaters in Vaporwave for 5 years straight. Jesus. Chaos Gods are effectively elemental forces, the planning scheming types of Zeech. I still need to finish the Chaos God videos about Zeech and Korn.
They are angry. They want to kill things. They want to kill you and maybe some of their friends. And that's the faction. They're red. They're mad. They're going to run at you and cause death. If you like that, you play the World Eaters.
If an orc was riding a World Eater, would the World Eater go faster? Like, say an orc was sitting on the shoulders of a World Eater. Would the World Eater then go really fast? So suddenly you have a World Eater that is just as fast as the white guys? The white scars? It's only logical. As our blood flows, Korn gets stronger. If you guys run into battle full ham, their blood flows sooner, and they want to kill their enemies more, so more blood flow, so more power to Korn. The Orc would probably imagine World Eater eating worlds and doom the world. Jesus, that is also true.
Or you like it because they were, you know, at one point a lot better than that. Most of Warhammer was a lot better than that. I was...
Actually, I'm going to fucking tweet that right now. Hold up, fam. I need to tweet this. Where's my twatter? Okay, twatter tweets. Let's see. All right, back to the video.
Once a lot better than that. That was
Gotta
when I was in
create that
college.
content, bro.
I didn't finish college, and neither did Angron.
Ale, it is ale.
Hail, Caesar. If it's not done by sunrise, I'll cut your balls off.
The Ultramarines. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primark, Rabute Gilliman. That's how it's...
Fucking Giga Chads. That's what they are. And I don't care about all you fucking haters that go, oh, who cares about the Ultramarines? You fucking suck dick if you don't like the Ultramarines, bro. I haven't even finished this book. And I can tell you now that Rabal Gilliman is a fucking Giga Chad, dude. That guy kicks ass. I love him.
An analyst, a diplomat, a blueberry Boy Scout. Single word descriptor, duty. When you see Space Marines on a box or just Space Marines in promotional material, notice how they are always colored blue. These are the blue Space Marines. These ones here, the Ultramarines, who hail from the world of Macrog with their Primarch, Rabute Gorilla Man. Ultramarines are the white bread of Space Marines, the grilled chicken with salt and pepper. This is by no means an insult. They are plain Jane, but that's also because they are so goddamn good at their job. Their skill for warfare is paramount, but so is their ability for leadership. Gilliman for a while was a damn boring Primarch for all the reasons he was great, because no matter how hard you try, you don't win a war without logistics, without supply lines, without trade routes, without infrastructure and economy. You don't win anything without all that stuff, and Gilliman knows it, which is why he has one of the largest standing empires in the Imperium, named Ultramar, which is why his sons are the most recognizable of all the Space Marines, which is why the only thing that rivals the weight of their victories is the weight of their egos. They are good at everything and bad at nothing. They are great at everything. Other legions can do other things better than them, but they are good at everything. The most interesting thing about the Ultramarines is their characters, as they are all now inflicted with various amounts of ultra depression for many reasons. Gilliman is, at the time of recording, the only playable Primarch currently on the tabletop, and the only one that has returned to the 41st millennium for the Loyalist side. He took...
Wait, what? What do you mean it's the only playable? So wait, there's, I know the Emperor can't be played, but I genuinely thought that you could play with any of the fucking Primarchs. Is the only one with a model? It's in your book you bought, so don't ask. Don't ask what, Growfile. The book says fuck all about him being the only playable Primarch. Gilliman is the first one. The only problem I have with the Ultramarines is that they bombed Monarchia, to be honest. Fuck them. There was a writer that loved the Ultramarines and made them into unstoppable and undefeatable warriors in lore, and therefore making all other legions worse. So the fans hate them because of that. In 10th edition, Lionel Johnson probably returns. I think Angron model is out also now, as in he is the first to return. Ah, so in the lore, the other Primarchs isn't around yet. So that's the issue. Okay, that makes sense. So you can't play with them because, well, wherever the fuck they are, they're not there to be played with. Okay, I follow. I thought it was some weird, like weird aesthetic choice or some shit where they just don't want you to play with Primarchs because, you know, it's going to be too powerful. And so they decided, nah, fuck it. We're not going to worry about balancing the Primarchs against each other. We'll just not let them play it. But the fact that it's a lore-driven reason, okay, I don't mind that at all. Lore-driven, that's good. I love when decisions are made, and there's a lore reason for those decisions. Although I do think if you are playing Ultramarines and you can bring out the Primarch, who wins? Maybe... Alright, never mind. Fulgrim did kick his fucking ass. And not even... It wasn't even hard. Like, I expected a little bit more from Gilliman, but Fulgrim took him down very fast. So, sad a bit there.
One look at what his empire's become and immediately wanted to fucking die. Being forced to lead everything he once hated, an Imperium rotten to its core with his sole responsibility to save it, is kind of what makes him interesting. They are a perfectly standard legion with perfectly standard ideals, and great if you want a simple, clean slate.
Uh-oh, stinky, funny poop, poop funny, woo!
The Death Guard, allegiance, heretic, Primarch, or Tarian,
Did you not call it the Death Guard and then you're fucking loyalist, right? Like, just, that's not gonna happen.
Reaper, a poison, an ungodly stench. Single word descriptor, rot. The Death Guard hail from Barbaros, with the Primarch Mortarium. The 14th Legion were known for their incredible resilience to damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Where the Imperial Fists were defensive thanks to tactics and posturing, the Death Guard were resilient because they could take a punch or a gut shot or a cannon to the chest and just keep on moving.
Wait a second, that guy fucking... what the hell? That was a lot of shooting.
Because they could take a punch or a gut shot or a cannon to the chest and just keep on moving. They are slow, yet they are resistant, which was only confounded as a Death Guard captain, Typhus, codename Dickhead, sold them out to Nurgle, god of rot and decay. Now, the Death Guard are a Nurgle-worshipping infected legion whose ability to feel pain and take damage has all but just gone away. They wade through gunfire, able to kill normal Marines 10 times over and continue unharmed, all while spreading rot and disease in the name of their dark, very stinky master. Where the Death Guard enter, plague spreads. People get sick and they die. They spread debilitating disease to all around them. Why would a legion need to be anything more than very tanky when their enemies are falling over, puking, firing out of both ends, and having their skin peel off just by their presence? Entire worlds infested with a zombie rot, swarms of insects that eat flesh and metal alike, all while the legion advances slowly, painfully, allowing the disease they spread to take its toll before they reap the lives they believe belong to them. And look at Mortarian's model, dude. The man is baller as fuck. A gigantic moth with a gigantic scythe. Come on now. The Death Guard.
For my next trick!
1,000 Suns. Isn't this Magnus's group?
Fucking kill myself.
The 1,000 Suns. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Magnus the Red. A scholar, a sorcerer, a fucking nerd. Single word descriptor, magic. The 1,000 Suns hail from their homeworld of Prospero, with their Primarch Magnus the Red. The final of our 4 major Chaos God factions, the 1,000 Suns are disciples of Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways. Heavily inspired by their Egyptian theming, the Legion themselves are slaves to the god of trickery and change. Most of them no longer even having a physical form, reduced to just dust, piloting suits of armor at the whim of a sorcerer leader. The Thousand Sons do not deserve their fate. There's a common joke that Magnus did nothing wrong. This is untrue. He has done much wrong. However, he is very sympathetic, mainly because the Space Wolves and Leman Russ sought to end their rivalry through the annihilation of their legion, escaping only through the assistance of the Changer of Ways, and forever changed because of it. Meanwhile, magic is their main tool. Take some Lovecraftian style abilities, the eyes everywhere, and potent spells to be cast at their foes, whether these are bolts of psychic lightning, reversing time itself, opening up portals to unreality, or changing the very fabric of the universe. The Thousand Sons sorcery knows no bounds, and they are very good at it. If you're a fan of like wizards, your classic style of spellcaster, and you want a ton of them combined with a tragic backstory and a prime.
Dude, this would be such a good MMO. Like, you have magic, you have guns, you have swordplay, you have Viking. You could have such a cool MMO with Warhammer, bro. Like, the Warhammer 40k universe is just ripe for an MMO.
Primark, who, like Mortarion, looks fucking baller, and the Thousand Sons are for you.
You fucking asshole! There's no way, you're a fucking cheater.
You're such a sore loser.
You're a cheater. My dad works at Nintendo!
The Sons of Horus, or the Luna Wolves, or the Black Legion. Allegiance? Heretic. Primark? Horus, a warlord, a treasured friend, or the traitor himself. Single word descriptor, assault. The Sons of Horus are the formal name of Horus's legion, hailing from the world of Chthoniya. The Sons of Horus themselves were assault troops. The strength of their attack was some of the most powerful in the legions. While the White Scars may favor speed for their strikes, the Sons of
What? Ayazan, how you doing? A Shadowrun? What Shadow? I don't know what that is. But we have a mobile game MMO that autoplays itself, though. Yeah, I mean a proper MMO. And no, what Warcraft or World of Warcraft was meant to be Warhammer Fantasy with. So there are a lot of similarities. In my newest script, I actually start the video talking about the warp and the chaos gods of the Warhammer 40k universe, because there is a lot of inspiration taken from the warp and from the 40k universe, but basically from the fantasy universe as well, in how these things operate, right? But StarCraft was the one that was actually modeled after 40k, with Warcraft being the one modeled after fantasy. But as far as I know, Chris Metzen is a huge fan of fantasy and quite a fan of 40k. Whereas Mike Morheim is the opposite. He likes fantasy. He loves 40k, which is why whenever you talk to Mike Morheim, he'll tell you that his favorite game of all time is StarCraft. Because, well, StarCraft is basically Warhammer 40k. Just obviously names have changed and they don't have quite the expansive lore that the 40k universe has. Which is actually one of the things that really fucking annoys me about World of Warcraft. Especially now that I'm reading this book, and as someone that have read every single World of Warcraft book, there's things that these books go into, like the Warhammer 40k books, that like a lot of political stuff and sort of philosophical stuff that they go into, which I wish the WoW books would go into, because a lot of the time the WoW books don't really, they don't concern themselves quite often with the political aspects of things. So for example, if you were to ask people today in World of Warcraft, look, what is the different political systems of the different factions in World of Warcraft, and specifically of the different races in World of Warcraft, most people wouldn't be able to tell you. You could sort of derive it based on some of the decisions they make, but their decisions are almost never ideologically driven. So when you, for example, look at the dwarfs and the decisions that they make, you can't extrapolate from their decisions their political ideology, because they will make some decisions that seems collective, some decisions that seem individualistic. They'll make decisions that seem socialistic, some decisions that seem capitalistic. it's very weird because it seems more like they just make decisions based on whatever the fuck is cool rather than an actual ideology. Whereas when you read the book and you learn a little bit more about 40k universe, what stands out to me is that they thought about the underlying ideology of almost every single one of the factions. And whenever those factions make a decision or a choice, that choice is almost always related to the underlying ideology. So they're not going to break that mold. So you can look at, say, for example, let's take the Ultramarines. Let's say the Ultramarines were faced with a conundrum, a decision that they had to make. Most players of Warhammer 40k that knew the lore and the world would probably, before they even know what that decision is going to be, they would be able to go, it's either going to be this or this. Though that's really the only choices they can make here, because none of the other choices that they have would fit for their personality, for the kind of things that they do. These other choices wouldn't make sense. Where that's not something that you can really do in World of Warcraft, because the factions will sometimes surprise you with some of their decisions that you didn't think they were going to make, but it seems like that was the coolest thing at the time, so why not just fucking do that? Saint Stains, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. So that's sort of a place where I kind of feel Chris Metzen dropped the ball, because even the earliest books of World of Warcraft, while it did touch somewhat on ideology and political leanings and stuff like that for each of the factions, it never really cemented those things. And the new writers couldn't give two fucks about that crap. Umbalsi, how you doing, bro? I am very interested in the MMO, the Riot MMO. And the book that I'm currently reading is this. This is my first Warhammer book. And I think it's a good one. I am fucking liking it.
Horus were known for their overall offensive power. It was even said that if the Sons of Horus met the Imperial Fists, they would be at a stalemate for eternity. However, the Sons of Horus are no longer, because, well...
Yep.
They are now instead the Black Legion, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, who claims to succeed where his father failed. The Black Legion are still an offensive and assault-based force, but they act much like the Ultramarines, but for chaos. Your standard black and brass Space Marine, who are known for recruiting in all different kinds of avenues. Anyone can become a member of the Black Legion. Anyone can swear allegiance to the War Master. You gain favored by not just one, but all four gods equally. Their famous line, "Let the galaxy burn," is the best way to describe them. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. So long as the Imperium dies, the Black Legion has done its job. They are a legion formed from hatred and spite, with a clear goal in mind, as the Dark Gods are calling, and the Black Legion are sure to answer.
Hello. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and...
Wait, So when you're Chaos Undivided, you do actually feed all four of the gods equally? Huh. Yes. Okay, this is going to be very difficult for me to conceptualize, but I'm going to try. What would serve, or what would feed the Chaos Gods more? Someone killing in the name of Khorne? So let's say Khorne, for example. Would Khorne gain more power from someone killing in his name? More power from someone killing in Chaos Undivided's name? Or the same? Would there be any difference? Luke, bastard, thanks for the prime sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. His name probably? If you fight for one of the gods, it gets more power, yes. Okay, so Abaddon has to do much more for them to get the same amount of feed than if Abaddon actually served one of the four. All right.
Savior, Jesus Christ?
No.
It wasn't fucking optional!
The word bearers. Allegiance, heretic. Primark, Lorgar Aurelian. A
Fuck
preacher,
this guy.
A fanatic. A choir boy. Single word descriptor, zeal. If the Black Legion answer the call of the Dark Gods, what if instead you decide to call the gods first? Well, then the word bearers are for you. The 17th Legion, led by Primark Lorgar on the planet of Colchis.
This guy is such a... I can't explain to you how much I hate this guy. Because as far as I can tell, everything that went wrong in the 40k universe is because of this cunt. Lorgar and his word bearers. Like, every single thing, everything that went wrong is this cunt's fault. 100%.
Originally obsessed with worshipping the Emperor of Mankind as a god, they found that despite his divinity, he was not worthy of worship. Because, you know, he raised their equivalent of Jerusalem to the ground for daring to worship him. Like, could you imagine if God actually showed up and was just like, Jerusalem is stupid, it just destroyed the whole thing? Like, what would that do to your head? But there are gods that want worship and will reward those who do. The word bearers are chaos worshippers to a T. All chaos gods. They specialize in demonic rituals, the summoning of demons, and the mutual possession of their own troops. They welcome demons to their bodies to fight as one. They exalt the dark gods themselves for aid, and guess what? They answer. In the world of 40k, Satan doesn't just call you back. He hops in his GT Mustang and he crashes on your couch. In the world of 40k, your rituals will end with genuine results. The word bearers know this. They know through sacrifices, through devotion, through dark baptism, the gods will answer.
I feel like, so I know that it was Erebus, right? And Erebus is the one that misled them. But I feel like even if it wasn't Erebus, Lorgar would have eventually fallen. Erebus may have sped it up, say by 1,000 years or so. But the problem that Lorgar and the word bearers was always going to run into is they were lost without religion. They couldn't not have religion. So if they weren't going to worship the Emperor, they were eventually going to worship the Chaos Gods, or something akin to it. Doesn't matter what it is, they need worship. So I feel like the Emperor probably should have just killed them all. Because it was just, like, Erebus was just the first guy to fall. But it would ultimately have been all of them anyways. Like, someone was always going to fucking fall. Oh yeah, absolutely, but Erebus is just such a raging cunt. I haven't read anything, or not enough about Erebus yet, to share the same kind of hatred that I have, or that you guys have of him. I just really dislike fucking Lorgar. I seriously can't fucking stand this guy.
And they will be rewarded. So they use it. They bring forth demons. They bring forth possessions. They bring forth the power of the Neverborn, the damned, and those that hide in the dark to bear against the Imperium. Lorgar sits there, smiling, as the truth he always knew, the existence of gods and the importance of faith, is a reality. And it is a tool he is using to rend the galaxy.
Dear Sir Stroke Madam, fire! Exclamation mark. Fire! Exclamation mark. Help me!
The Salamanders.
Yep.
Allegiance, Loyalist. Primark, Vulcan, a Forge Master, a Behemoth, a very huggy boy. Single word descriptor, fire. The Salamanders hail from Nocturne, a volcanic planet home to their Primark Vulcan. They are the largest of the Space Marines, not due to numbers, but rather size. Vulcan, he is an enormous slab of beef, by far the largest of all the Primarks.
Jesus.
However, don't let his size fool you, as he is also the kindest. Salamanders have the juxtaposition of looking frightening, being larger than other marines, while also boasting an ashy, like coal color skin and blazing red eyes, while simultaneously carrying around all manner of flame weaponry. So your average civilian might be spooked, but in reality, they are by far the kindest of all the legions to those civilians. Vulcan believes that to safeguard the Imperium is to, at the end of the day, safeguard its people. So unlike other legions who put their lives far and above the average human, the Salamanders spend significantly more time trying to save them, often taking numerous losses by doing so. They are very independent as well. They're forgers and blacksmiths, maintaining their own weapons and crafting versions of it. They also have the very rare privilege of being able to see their families even after becoming a space marine. They care, which is the funny part, because the 7.5-foot tall giant with flaming red eyes who just reduced a traitor to bubbling metal says, "You have nothing to fear, young citizen. Take my hand." If you enjoy fire, melting things, and being the nicer of the Marines, Salamanders are for you.
Fuck it.
Saga, sneak attacks don't work if you yell it out loud.
The Raven Guard. Allegiance, loyalist.
Dude, these fucking things that they say in between each of the fucking legions, it is just too much for me. I laugh every single time. It's just too much. I don't know if you guys heard what he just said, what was said in between this. Just listen to this.
Salamanders are for you.
Saga, sneak attacks don't work if you yell it out loud.
The Raven Guard. Allegiance, loyalist. Primark, Corvus Corax. A raven, a shadow.
That's
an
the guy.
Industrial dance DJ. Single word descriptor, stealth. The Raven Guard are the final loyalist legion at 19 and hail from the planet Deliverance with Primark Corvus Corax. If it hasn't been made clear enough already, the Raven Guard are stealth specialists and proficient in all manners of assassination. Despite this, their signature winged jump pack and double lightning claw look is, well, not very stealthy. They are named after, of course, the Raven and embody the entire concept of it as a herald of death. They are stealthy, patient hunters that have no problem with waiting and waiting and waiting until the moment to strike is at.
I would say that, Monley, how you doing? I would say that, I mean, if you're going to go skulking through the grass looking for a sniper position with that armor on, there's no way they don't see you. There's that movie, like one of those silly Monty Python type movies where someone is sneaking up and the guard's literally standing there going, "I can see you." And then the guy sneaking goes, "No, you can't." And he's like, "No, I can see you. Like, I can see you moving. You're behind the tree." And he's like, "No, I'm not." So it's I don't know. It's pretty fucking weird. Why does everyone of my Raven Guard models have an emo swoosh? Drax from Guardian of the Galaxy. Oh, that's another one. Yeah, that's a good example. Drax from Guardian of the Galaxy did the same thing. "I have become so still that you cannot see me." "No, we can see you." "No, you can't. I'm too still. The human eye does not perceive me." Dude, you're literally standing right there. "No, I'm not." A legion who didn't even try to fight in the Siege of Terra, went for enemy supply lines, strategic targets instead. Is that a good idea, though? Must be hard to see out those Space Marine helmets. They have superior eyesight, so I don't think it's that hard for them. Dude, I should actually watch Guardian of the Galaxy. It was such a good movie.
Hand. It's not easy being a stealth faction when your stealth involves people in 1 ton of power armor, but they find a way. That, more than anything, it should not be used to show how ridiculous 40k is, even though it is, but rather to show how good the Raven Guard are at their jobs. It's not about them sneaking around you without being seen, but it's also about them having lied in wait for so long that it wasn't until they were in striking distance that you even realized they had been there. And also, if you want, edgelord Marines with a long black haircut, pale skin, ravens everywhere, if you want to field assassins and snipers abound, then the Raven Guard are for you.
He could be in this very room.
Alpha.
It could be you. It could be me. It
could even be... Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Alfarius.
It was obvious.
The Alpha Legion. Allegiance? Heretic.
Maybe.
Primark,
Maybe.
Alfarius, and Omegon. Saboteurs, destabilizers, they're in your walls. Single word descriptor, espionage. Finally, the 20th Legion, the Alpha Legion, led by Alfarius and Omegon. The only Legion to have two Primarchs who were split as twins. The Alpha Legion are heretical, we think, and specialize in destabilization of society and armies. Their entire shtick is the Hydra, because when you cut off one head, two more take its place. All of the Alpha Legion look exactly like their Primarch. Olive skin, shaved head. All claim to be Alfarius. All are liars. They make the largest use of sleeper cells and cultists in the Chaos Space Marine factions because it's extremely easy to take over a planet when you
Poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague unto our houses.
Where the Raven Guard use stealth and sabotage to eliminate their enemies, the Alpha Legion prefer to weaken them over time with sleeper agents, impersonations, basically anything you can imagine from a hardcore spy movie or Cold War level espionage. Being Alfarius is not only an honor, being Alfarius is a requirement. There's a story of someone chasing down an Alpha Legion agent for years upon years, and when they finally catch up with them and they see them, they see that the agent is wearing the same face as their pursuer, because this was the plan all along, to kill him and take his spot. We're talking facial reconstruction surgery, we're talking hacking, we're talking political assassination and impersonation, everything. They are Space Marines in name only, because being a strong stoic warrior is not what the Alpha Legion is interested in. In fact, the Alpha Legion is interested in you not even knowing that the Alpha Legion is a thing. I am Alfarius. You are Alfarius. We are all Alfarius in his Lord's glorious army. Thank you everyone so much for watching this video. I hope you learned.
They are super interesting to me. Especially the thing that no one knows if they're actually heretic. Like, no one really fucking knows.
A little
I mean, even when I first learned about the Alpha Legion, people told me that they don't even really know if Omegon is real. He might be. It might be twins, it might not be twins. They have no idea. It's sort of just that thing of you accept that they have two Primarchs, but it could just be one Primarch that pretends to be two Primarchs.
Something I hope if you were on the fence about what Space Marines you wanted to field, you would now have a better idea of what you want to play. Buy my Gamer Sub Shaker. It's on sale. It's on pre-order. It's ready to go. Just get it. Just get it. Use code Bricky. It's in the description. Just get it. And a huge thank you to all of my patrons over on patreon.com/Bricky and the members on the YouTube channel. Your names are here. I thank you a ton. You are all very generous. And I need to answer a question. Have you ever attempted to touch grass but end up touching the Destiny 2 loading screen? Oh, damn it. I just... Yeah. So?
Come on.
Did he just load Destiny 2 on his fucking mobile? A representative of Nightlords. If you're interested, it's short and explains why it's Ricky's favorite legion of Space Marines and also criminally underrated. Yeah, sure. Why not? We can watch that. Fucking most recent Alfarius book stars and ends with the words, "This story is an imperial record. This book is a lie." The fuck? Adeptus Ridiculous video on Alpha Legion was pretty good. Rowell Dawn is said to have killed Omegon. Slayev, by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would say this was a good video. It's still too many though. In this instance, and I'm sure Bricky does this, I think these videos are just sort of meant to give a slight overview, but there's like 20 or 20 legions that you need to go through. Is very fucking difficult to remember all of them. I feel like you have to just take it slowly and just get through it. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do it with a video like this, Because there's just way too much that you have to fucking think about. Oh yeah, and then you have the successor legions, which you haven't even started touching on. Because that's the new thing. That makes it even more fucking difficult to follow. Though the Adeptus Ridiculous episodes are... it's a podcast, correct? Let's see. Where's this knight? It's like every WoW Opus God Corps had its own backstory and epic. There are 20 legions in post-heresy. Every legion has been split in ends of chapters, each of their own identity and shit. You really have to read the Horus Heresy. It makes everything about them make sense. Kilimanjaro, I'm waiting for my books. I've ordered the first 3 books from the Horus Heresy. But while I'm waiting for them, I'm reading this. And then... yeah, as soon as I've finished these now, so I'm sure my books are gonna arrive probably within the next few days, but I'm not gonna switch over to them until I finish the Dark Imperium books, because those are just super fucking fun. All right, let's see. Here we go. The Nightlords. Okay, so we have a Nightlords video here that we were supposed to react to last week. But we didn't get to it last week because we got cut off. We ran out of time. So I promised we would watch this. So let's see. This is criminally underrated. Why the Nightlords are the best traitor legion.
G'day.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I struggled to get into the traitor legions. Just because they betrayed the fucking Emperor, bro. Like, how can you claim to like the Emperor but then like a traitor legion? Like, just follow the Ultramarines, bro. That's where it's at.
G'day, guys and gal. It's no secret that I think the traitor Primarks, and by extension their legions, are pretty retarded. They are on the cusp of total galactic domination, given free will, limitless power, and a galaxy to play with by their father. Yet they decided that burning and genociding the empire that they created, as well as letting their sphincters get desecrated by demons, was the right way to go about things. Most legions' decisions...
Alright, I'm gonna need this heresy to fucking stop in my chat right now. The last thing I need is for you guys to start spouting off bullshit that could get us fucked. Like, look, I don't care if you, in your innermost thoughts, think that the Big E is a problem. You're obviously wrong. Everyone loves the fucking Big E. And you're just trying to get us into trouble with the Inquisitors. So shut the fuck up, sit down, praise be to the Emperor, and let's watch this heretic make a video about the fucking Nightlords.
To join the forces of hell still makes me shake my head. Mortarion, the anti-psycho Primarch who swore an oath to bring down tyrants and oppressors, ended up as a Witch King Demon Lord Tyrant. Fulgrim went from the Emperor's #1 simp to an Imperium-hating junkie after like one conversation with Horus. However, the one legion that has genuinely had a lot of logic in betraying the Imperium was the Nightlords. They served with distinction during the Great Crusade, but they were insulted for their methods and isolated due to their Primarch's eccentric personality. It's no wonder they were like, alright, eat my dick, and turned on the Emperor. I just finished the Nightlords Omnibus, which really gives good insight into the logic, culture, and mentality of the Nightlords, and I must say, I've gained a newfound respect for them. I'd go as far as to say that they are now my favourite traitor legion, and by the end of this video, I reckon they'll be yours too. Today we'll go over why the Nightlords Legion are actually dope as hell, and don't get the respect they deserve. I'll go over why they're so effective, why their betrayal of the Imperium was the most justified, as well as other stuff, like their really cool armor design. I will talk a bit about Conrad, but he is a bit of a cooker, so most of the praise in this video will go to his sons, who despite their father being an absolute crackhead, still managed to turn out somewhat okay. You know, if you ignore their obsession with flaying babies and eating kittens. Let's get into it. Let's start with their actually pretty sweet origins. The OG Nightlords were born on Terra. They were the sons of hardcore prisoners that lived in the darkest depths of the gigacities on Terra. They were born into darkness and death, as the denizens of the blackness down there were all batshit insane. See what I did there? As such, these children became silent, pale stalkers, one with the darkness, so to speak. They were so unnerving that even the hardcore prisoners who shared the Undercity with them were like, nope, and actively avoided them. The Emperor, on the other hand, was like, fuck yeah, this is sick, and he recruited these knights' children,
why would you
to become the...
Dude, why would the Emperor do that? Like, why would you recruit a bunch of fucking criminals to your side? Like, yeah, fuck it, they'll be fine.
First Legionnaires of the Nightlords, and of all the Legion origin stories, that is up there with the most badass by far. They weren't just some desert rats or children of noble families, they already had their own spice, even if that spice was just being incredibly emo. The Nightlords had a strong sense of justice. To them, life was black and white, guilty or innocent. Thus, they never hesitated or felt bad about inflicting justice to those they deemed deserving. This cold and ruthless methodology was a big reason as to why the Nightlords were so scary. They did really fucked up shit, not because it was their duty or they enjoyed it, at least not at the start. They did it because they felt it was morally the right thing to do. The Emperor would rely on them when an enemy needed to be defeated but not destroyed. Opponents that required judgment, but were too valuable to just straight up delete from existence. Who better to do that than Astartes that could terrify the living shit out of you? When the Legion was reunited with Conrad Curse, it was a very easy transitioning process. The people of Nostramo had naturally black eyes, and the Nightlord's gene seed also gave you black eyes, so yeah, a bit of a match made in heaven there. Conrad also had a strong sense of justice, even though it was a bit twisted and harsh, and he enjoyed fighting guerrilla warfare, literally like peas in a pod. This brings me to my next point about why the Nightlords are actually pretty damn awesome. During the Great Crusade, they relied on terror and war crimes to achieve imperial compliance against newly rediscovered human worlds. This doesn't sound that awesome until you realize that a terrified human is still a living human. The Nightlords inflicted the least amount of casualties and death out of all the legions during the Great Crusade because they were so good at scaring everyone into obedience. What's worse? Killing 1 million soldiers, then blowing up a populated city to force an enemy to surrender, or flaying alive 1,000 soldiers, placing their still living bodies around a city, and then broadcasting the sounds of 100 noble innocent children getting tortured to death around the entire world, causing the soldiers to surrender and the planet to give up. The first option incurs 1,000 times more death, trillions of dollars in destruction.
Wait, isn't this... They sound like they're almost based on the same... I think it was some kind of king or something back in the like Hungarian Empire or some shit that like Dracula is based on him, where he would oftentimes like after a war he would put the bodies of his enemies on spikes so as to Vlad the Impaler. That's the one. Yeah. It sounds similar to that, where they follow very much a sort of Vlad the Impaler kind of methodology. Thank God I'm with Farsight. This shit is crazy. Grofile, yeah, but you Tau weeps can go fuck yourselves. No one cares about you guys. Curse also has that accent in the audiobooks. Giga Vlad. He does look a little bit like Vlad, like you would imagine Vlad the Impaler to look. So we're terrified of that man. Impaler, but ramped up to 25 on a 1 to 3 scale. Jesus.
And a world and population in need of rebuilding. The second option leaves the world's population and infrastructure intact with a very quelled and obedient world. Option 1 was regularly performed by legions like the Salamanders, the Blood Angels, and even the Ultramarines, noble legions who looked down on the Nightlords and their methods of war. you can probably begin to see why the Nightlords were so fucking pissed at everyone. When Imperial worlds revolted halfway through the Great Crusade, they would instantly surrender and apologize if they heard the Nightlords were coming for them, yet they would fight against an Imperial Fist invasion, suffering countless deaths and planetary damage. From a logical standpoint, the Nightlords method is better, and even from an ethical standpoint, the Nightlords method is still better. The other legions were very hypocritical in judging them for this, thinking the Nightlords as savages whilst they themselves killed millions from orbit. Whilst the Nightlord Legion was initially solid, their Primark and his attitude was very flawed. Conrad believed that total fear would equal to total control and harmony, which, wasn't wrong. However, that system meant that as soon as total fear vanished, chaos and lawlessness would follow. When he left his pacified homeworld of Nostromo to lead his...
The problem with fear, so the problem with his argument there is fear can only work so long as there is a way to ramp it up. Because you do get desensitized to fear, right? So you can get a lot of people very afraid for a short amount of time, but you can't even keep one person afraid for all of time. Because that's just not how fear works. People will adapt and they'll eventually sort of get desensitized to it. So, yeah, his methodology was always going to fail.
Legion, it descended back into anarchy, as he was the only one holding it together. If he had introduced better education,
pretty much
healthcare, anti-corruption reforms, hell, even some kind of environmental system to allow in a bit of sunlight, his world probably would have remained pure and righteous. Look at Ultramar. You don't see Gilliman flaying everyone's grandma to keep order. This was bad for the Nightlords, as their recruiting world was now tainted. The best and brightest were taken to the Nightlords, however that usually meant kids, teenagers and young adults who were the sons of gang lords or were already accomplished criminals themselves. As such, the Legion went from the Terran-born Knights' children, mixed with the pure sons of Nostromo, to now receiving an influx of murderers, rapists and degenerates, who were given superhuman powers. They were still effective for sure, but whilst the true Nightlords and their father performed their many horrific war crimes for justice and duty, the new Nightlords did it for fun. The Legion began to take a bit of a sadistic turn.
Yep.
To make matters worse, when Conrad told Fulgrim about his visions and how he saw the Horus Heresy approaching, Fulgrim told Rogel, who proceeded to call Conrad a little emo cocksucker heretic. Conrad then had a fit and nearly killed Dawn, resulting in him getting thrown in jail. He escaped with his Legion and fled into deep space. To try atone for his now corrupted Legion and stem the poison, Conrad and his sons blew up their own homeworld of Nostromo. That was actually a pretty admirable move. In Nostromo, they had a ton of resources, endless recruits, and a base of operation. However, they gave it all up to try cleanse themselves of their failures and maintain their original nobility. Nice. With the Imperium shunning and looking down on them, half their Legion being genuine criminals and now being on the run from Rogel, it's absolutely no wonder that the Nightlords joined Horus and betrayed the Imperium. I'd actually be disappointed if they didn't by that point. They had complete and total justification for their actions. To make them even more badass, they rejected chaos. Their vengeance against the Imperium was pure and deliberate. They would not let it get corrupted and clouded by demonic forces like most of the other traitor legions had.
Wait, what?
They saw chaotic taint as weakness, and they remained surprisingly pure throughout the heresy and beyond. Nightlord Geneseed is said to be some of the most pure Geneseed out there, so there you go.
Okay, so they are chaos now. At the start they weren't, but they did eventually fall to... Okay, fucking hell. For a second there I thought, wait, there's actual fucking traitor legions that isn't chaos? That just decided, fuck it.
I want to quickly note that Conrad was actually a pretty impressive Primark, going up against and nearly triumphing against Gilliman, the Lion, Vulcan and Sanguinius in a 4v1 solo war. The Lion and Gilliman would have been dead if it wasn't for some very heavy plot armor. His ability to see the future with great detail made him a nightmare to fight against, easily putting him in the top 5 duelists out of all the Primarchs. The Nightlords did their best during the heresy, got some wins, got their ass kicked.
Wait. What visions? Is this the guy that he could see the future, but he constantly just saw like terrible fucking futures? Wait, isn't this the guy that actually asked to be killed or actually allowed himself to be killed? because he just couldn't take the fucking visions anymore. He was just like, no, fuck this. I'm out. Like, just fucking end me now, please. Okay. I think I understand now.
Bit, then retreated to a world called Saguelsa to regroup. Now, despite their father's obviously slipping grip on reality, they loved him and they stayed by his side, even when he had part of their fortress turned into countless human bodies stuck together and kept alive through sorcery. Yeah, that was pretty weird and very questionable, but hey, at least they were fully committing to their villainous role. When other legions would have abandoned their Primark, the Nightlords stayed by their father, being with him until his assisted suicide at the hands of an Imperial assassin. Despite all the shit they copped, they remained incredibly loyal sons. Then shit got even worse. The Ultramarines came for them, blowing up their fortress, killing most of the Legion, ruining most of their resources, and scattering the surviving Nightlords into the galaxy. From here, the Nightlord warbands maintained a lot of their nobility and will, time after time rejecting chaos and continuing their vengeance against the Imperium on their own terms. Don't get me wrong, a lot of Nightlords fell to chaos, but they were generally shunned and insulted by their brothers. They were also pretty rare compared to the corruption in literally every other traitor legion, bar maybe the Alpha Legion. The point I'm making here is that they have remained true to their ideals, no matter—
Are there still Nightlords left that isn't chaos bound? Or at this point have almost all of them fallen to chaos? I'm gonna have to read this omnibus. That there's nothing compared to Vindication?
No matter how questionable those original ideals might have been, the Nightlords of the Great Crusade are very similar to the Nightlords of the modern era. Compare that to the Death Guard, who now smell like someone shut on a blue waffle, or the World Eaters, who can no longer form full sentences, and you'll see that it's quite the achievement. In terms of aesthetics, Nightlords look gorgeous. Their midnight blue armor, combined with their unique armor accents, put their armor customizability and versatility up there with the Blood Angels. Unfortunately, their old as shit tabletop models now look a bit goofy, but Nightlord artwork is up there with some of the best. Who knows, maybe a Lord of the Night Major Kill Mini is on the horizon. In the Nightlords omnibus, each warrior had their own distinct style. Talos with his skull helm, Sirion with his lightning bolt helmet, Uzas with his flayed skin cloak, Zal with his ceremonial
these pictures look
bat-winged
fucking
helmet.
sick, man.
You won't find that level of diversity with the Imperial Fists, and definitely not with the Primaris. The Nightlords aren't perfect by any means. They are low on number, low on supplies. Many of the living ones were a part of the sadistic gangs that Conrad despised, yet they still maintain their purpose and lessons of their father. A new Nightlord has recently emerged, one with the prophetical visions of their father without all the spurginess that comes with it. A Nightlord that could once again lead his legion to glory. Watch this space. I wouldn't be shocked if new Nightlord models and lore aren't too far off. If you enjoyed the video, like Nightlords, and want to see some tits, then Patreon is the place to be. Only $1 per month give you access to some pretty cheeky anime titties. Hit the subscribe button and hit the real subscribe button for more content to bat to. Join the Discord for more memes and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Yep.
G'day guys and gal. For pretty much every—
What's the short? Give ace of it? Which one, Grofile? You guys know the rules. Grofile, you know the fucking rules, bro. Is it which one? This one? Yeah, but that's under new. We have to follow the fucking rules. Vote for it. Vote it. Vote it up. That's just fucked up, but nothing's as fucked up as the demon. Yeah, but I'm not allowed to watch the Demon Kulaba, apparently, on Twitch. Give him a break. He likes Tau, and no one votes for that. Oh, shit. Is that your problem? Is that the problem? No one's gonna vote for the Tau. Oh, damn, Grofile. Sucks to be fucking you, bro. You're gonna have to bring in some more Tau viewers, I think. Like, look, if you're not getting the votes that you need, probably gonna have to go and find them. Wait, we've already reacted to this. I might as well just remove it. Actually, should we? What would be the best way, do you guys think, to deal with videos that we've already reacted to? Not removal. Probably approval is better. You don't want to remove stuff. That would be fucking horrendous. Probably watch the Demon Calabra from Adeptus Ridiculous. Maybe. I do know for a fact that everyone have told me do not fucking watch Demon Calabra. Not really. Not really. When I mark it as approved, we'll be able to see it, right? Because every video I watch, I approve. That way we know we've already reacted to it. And I'll figure out a way to moderate so that we don't get double videos. So whenever a video have been watched and it's already been posted, that we don't get multiple posts of the same fucking video. Set out to collection. Can you make a watched collection? Could probably. I mean, in that sense, we could just do the approved one, because as soon as I watch it, I approve it. Do you watch Alex Jones reacting to the factions? No, but that's not. I haven't seen it up here yet, so no. What's this? First meeting of the Emperor and the Primarks. Wait, what? Huh. Okay, wait, I need to see this. You guys seem to love Major Kills videos. They Raging Bearded Scott. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, there's so few videos from anyone else on the Reddit. Like, every single time I go to the Reddit, it is legit just Major Kill videos. I do like his videos. I'm just wondering why so few other videos are ever presented. Actually, no. Yeah, that's right. It's very short, compact and filming fun, good humor and quite compact. If I want to learn, though, I watch Luton personally. I do, how you doing, brother? I prefer Luton as well. Just because Luton goes so in depth, and that's the sort of stuff that I fucking love. Like, I love sitting here for an hour. Well, actually, whenever we react, it's usually double the time of the original video. But I really fucking like watching videos like that.
G'day, guys and gal. The Primarks are an interesting group of dudes, each one representing a different aspect of the God Emperor of mankind, as well as one of his many mental disorders. These mental disorders were a key contributor to the galaxy taking a massive L. I mean, they were severe enough to cause half of the Primarks to pledge their souls to the forces of hell, with not a whole lot of convincing required. These problems range from daddy issues, anger management, all the way to severe autism, with each of these little conditions being easily identifiable from the day that their golden daddy came down from the heavens to collect them. You might be like, Major Kill, why are you talking about the Primark's lack of chromosomes?
Why would he say that Gilliman has severe autism? I don't quite understand that. Why? What? Like Bowler's Guide to Warhammer, his voice is just out of this world. We go, what does everybody have a fucking hot on about the Primarks? Grofile, because they're fucking cool. And unlike the faction that you play, they're not a bunch of weebs. Right? They don't all listen to K-pop and crap. We have some actual wars to fight. So while you guys are doing your K-pop and, you know, fucking doing your weird hand signs and stuff to show I love you or whatever, the rest of us are actually fighting wars, which is why Primarks beat Tau every time. Red, how you doing, brother? You lost every war against the Tau? That's just because we were taken aback with your incredible weebery. We weren't used to it because everyone else in the world isn't a fucking weeb. So we'll deal with you eventually. Just wait your fucking turn, right? Check videos about Custodes, also in their books. You can find out what Emperor really thought about Primarks. Who is shitting for Tau in the chat? Grofile is a massive Tau fan.
This video is about the Emperor meeting the Primarchs. Well, Terence, that's because each meeting between the Primarch and the Emperor was basically a literal metaphor for their said disability, and pretty much dictated how the rest of their lives would pan out. Today we'll look at the brief origins of each of the Primarchs, and then the moment they met their daddy. We'll go from the 1st Legion all the way to the 20th, also discussing which meetings were the best, / which were the more interesting, and which ones were pretty lame. Let's get into it. The first of the Primarchs was Lionel Johnson, who despite his name was actually white. The lion landed on Caliban, which was extremely epic as it was full of chaos mutated monsters and Techno Knights. By the time the Big E arrived on Caliban, the lion had already led a successful crusade against the monsters of hell. If any Primarch should get an origin movie, it should be this guy, like Techno Knights fighting hell monsters led by the blackest white guy around. Hell yeah. The arrival of the Emperor on Caliban was reasonably uneventful. The lion quickly recognized this guy as his daddy, and his Techno Knights were pretty hyped about the prospect of becoming demigod Techno Knights. The only incident was when a group of knights, who wanted to maintain the use of their reproductive organs, tried to assassinate the Emperor. However, trying to assassinate the Emperor as a Techno Knight is like Stephen Hawking trying to beat The Rock in a fistfight. It's just a bit sad. Overall, the lion's greeting was a good reflection of his character. He has always been a very level-headed man, so when a shining golden god-man knocks on his door offering the galaxy, he accepted it with his usual levels of cold autism. On to the second Primarch, who we have absolutely no idea about other than the fact that he is dead and no one talks about him. From this I can only assume he landed on the fairy planet and adopted their ways, being mercy killed by the Emperor upon his discovery. The third Primarch's affliction was obvious from the get-go: narcissism. The most interesting part about Fulgrim's origin is that it should have shaped an entirely different Primarch. Chemos was a dying world where all forms of art and pleasure had been sacrificed in order to meet a ration quota to keep the people alive. You would have thought this would result in a hardened Primarch, whose only concern was efficiency and only using what you need, but instead we got this dude. This is probably because the Eldar god of memes and spaghetti swapped Fulgrim and the Khan's planet, but details. Fulgrim was an ass kisser, so as soon as the Big E met him, he literally dropped to his knees and attempted to perform fellatio on him. Metaphorically, of course, this was pre-Rape Snake Fulgrim, so not quite.
That's not true, is it? Like, he definitely didn't try to suck the Emperor's dick instantly. Otherwise, that book is probably a lot weirder than it should be. When I can say to exterminate Chaos Spawn and beasts on his planet? Yeah, metaphorically speaking, sure. No, he said metaphorically before the sentence that he started for being metaphorical. We never found out what happened to Shadow Sun and the Death God.
Quite yet the disgrace he would soon become. Another pretty boring Primarch meeting, but makes complete sense. Despite coming after Fulgrim and his Pink Marines, the 4th Primarch could not have been more different. Perturabo. Now,
I just want to say though, Fulgrim's story makes a hell of a lot of sense from a psychological standpoint. Because the planet that he was on had very little, he basked in the excess. It also makes sense why he would ultimately follow Slanesh. Excess. It's sort of like, and you see this quite a lot, poor people who win the lotto just blow through all of their money in like 2 years. And if I asked you now to just look at your normal life and say you won $180 million, right? Living your normal life, I would never be able to spend that money. Like, just the interest on that money alone would mean that I would live forever on that fucking money. But when you have someone that grew up with nothing, there's a good chance that they end up just overindulging in it. So from that standpoint, Fulgrim's fucking fall and his entire tale makes so much sense. Before you pull the old Democles Crusade card, Tau won both those wars as well. Oh my god, Grofile, are you still on the fucking Tau being cool, bro? Doesn't matter how many times you say it, they're still not fucking cool. But on who didn't?
Some Primarchs were negatively skewed from the start. Perty was born with the ability to know how to do everything, which sounds cool until you realise that the joy of discovery and curiosity were completely absent from his life. That, plus the fact that he could always see the Eye of Terror, meant he suffered from the mental affliction known as being a complete dick. It wasn't always to be this way. Purdy was a Primark that was dealt a shit hand, but still dared to hope that people cared about him. When the Emperor came, Purdy was so excited to meet his dad. It was the first time he felt wonder and awe, so it was actually really sad reading the excerpt when it happened. Purdy metaphorically sucked off the Big E even harder than Fulgrim did when he met him, instantly kneeling, pledging allegiance, and even shedding a tear. Little did he know that the Big E just intended to throw him at the most horrific sieges that would create a legion of salty-ass roided dudes, but this one moment was nice. So far, every Primark, other than the Ferry, has welcomed the Emperor with open arms. On to the 5th Primark, we have the Khan, who suffers from the mental condition of being an Asian, aka overthinking things and having a micropenis. The Khan...
Alright, I have to say, when was this video made? 2020, dude. Major Kill has some balls. I'm pretty sure he got a lot of fucking hate for this one. That is a little funny though. A little autistic as well to say, but still funny as fuck.
Like most Primarchs, other than that, dipshit living abortion Angron, conquered his planet and had a good time. When the Emperor arrived and gave his usual spiel, the Khan did immediately pledge to him. However, later journal recordings would show a very pragmatic reason behind it beyond just, genetic loyalty. The Khan didn't want to instantly become a servant of a new master only 6 months after becoming lord of his planet, but he realized that if he genuinely said no, he would die. And also, he didn't mind the Emperor's system as well as the Imperial truth. Also, the only way the Khan would ever become the Speed was with the Emperor's dope-ass space bikes. The Khan's extremely reasonable approach to things would carry on to the Horus Heresy, when Mortarion, or Morty as I like to call him, was like, oh geez Khan, I think you should join Chaos and stuff, kill Dad, cause he's an asshole. And the Khan was like, man who accept evil tentacle god, become tentacle fresh right. My point is that when faced with the choice to choose one tyrant over another, he chose the one that wouldn't eternally feast on his soul. On to the 6th poor excuse of a son, and the first actually interesting meeting, we have Leman Russ. Because of Russ's wild, untamed brain, he would likely never kneel before a golden sex icon when he was asked to. The Emperor in his infinite wisdom saw this and instead disguised himself as a hobo and entered into Russ's feasting hall. Russ at this point was the king of Fenris, and as we know, the Fenrisian women were pretty much the only ones hardy enough to take a Space Wolf load, so Russ was pretty smug.
Jesus. The
Little E, as I'll call him in his hobo disguise, challenged Leman to a game that Leman could pick. The Little E was pretty confident he would win because, he was the Emperor of Mankind and all, and Russ was just a drunkard space Viking, so you can imagine he was pretty upset when in an eating competition, Russ absolutely dominated him, despite the Little E eating enough to put a feeder couple in the ground. Technically at this point, Russ could have declared himself the winner and the Little E would be forced to serve as Russ's bitch for a year, as per their agreement. But Russ liked games, and he saw that the Little E had some fire in him. Hence, the next challenge was a drink-off. The Little E once again drank like a champion, but Leman was born to be a wife-beating drunk, hence he once again destroyed the Little E. The Little E was pretty shitty at this point. He was the God Emperor of Mankind, and so far he was 0 from 2. So he yells out, "Listen here, you little shit! You think you're so fucking good because you can eat and drink and fuck hairy women? But I got some news for you. You ain't shit, you little ranger bitch, and soon everyone's gonna make jokes about you penetrating your fucking dogs." Leman then calmly issued the
Nico Spider, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 14 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Nico, how you doing? Look how they named a tank after him. What I'm not entirely sure about is how can the Emperor of Mankind lose to his sons?
third and final challenge, a fight. As Leman rose to begin this challenge, the Big E was like, "Okay, Lamau," and took off his disguise, suddenly massive in form and clad in golden shining armor. With a single punch of his power fist, Leman got knocked out and broke his fang. When he came to, he smiled and pledged his loyalty to the Big E, a loyalty that would never waver. If only the Big E punched the rest of his sons, maybe they would have learnt some discipline and wouldn't have gone all, pledged soul to hell.
Ender, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I mean, the Big E could have just saved himself a lot of trouble and just knocked him on his ass literally from the start. The thing Russ did is drink and eat, so he had practice.
The 7th Primark, also the least funny one, Rogel Dawn. Rogel was a cold, staunch and stoic man, very similar to Perturabo. The key difference was that Big E picked favourites and Rogel came out on top. Dawn was very autistic, like he actually could not lie and always sought out the truth, hence why Chaos never even bothered to try turn Dawn to their side. Dawn was so autistic that the warp seized up and died around him. Hence when the Emperor arrived, Dawn already had a large spacefaring empire as well as considerable levels of military might. The power of autism. Their meeting was very bland, as Dawn instantly pledged allegiance and assumed his role as an unbreakable wall in which the enemies of the Imperium would break upon, time and time again. Primark number 8, we have Evil Space Batman, Conrad Curse. As we have discussed, some Primarchs had easy lives as privileged white kids, and others had rough lives where they got nails in their brain, but none had it rougher than Conrad, whose space shuttle crashed through his planet's crust and released them into lava. Hence Conrad's childhood was spent clawing his way through magma until he eventually reached the surface, which was
How many years did it take Conrad to crawl his way to the surface? Is there any reference to that? Like, do they ever say how long it took him? But I can't imagine it was like instant. It would have taken quite a fucking while. It would have been longer than one day. He got knocked close to the core of his planet. That's a massive amount of fucking digging and crawling to be doing.
Even worse, as the entire planet was full of rapists and murderers. After a few years of hiding and living off rats, Conrad was strong enough to basically scare an entire planet into submission by being a one-man planet-wide police force. My favourite scene being when a girl tried to kill herself but was stopped by Conrad, as suicide was against the law. He then proceeded to torture and murder the girl as punishment. Nice one, Conrad. When the Big E arrived, he pulled a bit of a dick move. See, his armour was always super shiny and glowy. For most people, this would cause them to shield their eyes.
This actually reminds me, that's something that's seriously fucked up to me. So, in a lot of countries around the world, suicide is illegal, right? You're not allowed to commit suicide. But when you think about that law as a law, it is the stupidest law in the world. Because it is literally a law that when you do break it, there's no one to prosecute for it. What are you going to do? They're gone. Are you going to piss on their corpse? Are you going to fucking display them in public? Like, there's nothing you can fucking do, right? They've already broken the law, and it's sort of like permanent, right? They go down in history as just a lawbreaker, and you can do nothing. So why even have that as a law? Like, why even fucking try to keep... I do not understand it. And I know what people are saying. They're sort of talking about the whole... like, people will clap back and be like, well, assisted suicide is actually why that law exists. Because they don't want people to help you commit suicide. And to that I say, again, why? If you want to fucking die, it's your choice, right? Like... it's your life. You can fucking choose to fucking end it if you want. And if you can't do it yourself and you get someone else to do it, I still don't see that as necessarily something that should be illegal. Sadly, there's no video about Civitor from Major Kill. Suicide booths from Futurama. I think there's one country in the world that allows assisted suicide. Is it Sweden or Switzerland? Finland. I know it's a European country, but there is one country in the world that has assisted suicide. At the very least. There might be more, but I know for a fact one of them exist. Switzerland, there we go. Netherlands, you have legal euthanasia. Yeah, but legal euthanasia is still a thing, like you have to go through a massive fucking system in order to get it done. I don't know.
But for the people on Conrad's planet, people who had never seen the sun and had like 0 vitamin D, his armor was so bright that it burnt out their retinas, causing mass blindness. Conrad could see the future, so he was aware that his father would one day come for him. The Big E brought Ferris, Fulgrim, Lorga and Dawn with him, as well as 250,000 Astartes, in a very strange show of force. Conrad saw the future of each of the Primarchs as they introduced themselves, Ferris without a head, Lorgar ascending as a demon lord, Rogel getting gangbanged, and Fulgrim being a slithery little snake.
But Major Kill, if Conrad knew how each of the Primarchs would end up, why didn't he say anything?
Shut your filthy chaos-loving mouth, Timmy, before I tell Conrad that you're going to kill yourself. Conrad's visions were very cryptic, especially at this point in time, hence he didn't really comprehend entirely what he was seeing. Finally, the Emperor spoke, and as he did, Conrad had the worst vision of all. He saw himself being violently assassinated, and he tried to claw his own eyes out. However, the Biggie put his hand on Conrad's head and restored his sanity, an ability that Conrad really needed, and he told him his name and that he was coming home. At this point, Conrad was just the Night Haunter, but the Biggie...
To be fair, Timmy is literally in the comment section of every single YouTube video ever. Like, do yourselves a favor. Whenever I put out a video on the main channel, just read the comments and you'll find Timmy there. Just the one guy that I, for example, will cover a piece of lore. And I won't go into absolute detail because the absolute detail isn't required for the video to make sense. You don't need to know every single thing that had happened there. You just need the broad strokes. And then you'll have Timmy in the comment section being like, actually, this is what happened, and then this 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 happened. And then that thing that happened that you said happened, but then also this thing and this thing and this thing happened. And then I'm sort of forced to go, all right, so all of the fucking shit that you just said, how does that change my theory in any way, shape, or form? And I'm like, oh, actually, just I think it's important for people to know it. And I'm like, yeah, okay, so you've just committed, to, I don't know, adding something to the video that would have taken 5 minutes to explain, but would have changed nothing. The video still fucking makes sense exactly the way that it is without your 5-minute explanation of all the things that happened that wasn't important. It's always there's a Timmy in the comment section. Fucking always.
Already had names for each Primarch. Most of these names were not the ones the Primarchs ended up with, but some, like Perturabo, knew their own true names from the get-go. Once again, a seamless Primarch adoption, but at least this one involves some pretty heavy foreshadowing, as each of the futures Conrad saw would more or less come to pass. The next Primarch, the glorious Hawkboy Sanguinius, had a pretty basic bitch meeting with the Big E. After uniting Baal, Sanguinius was giving a speech to his people, and he really flexed his angel status by flying at the end of it. The Big E watched the speech from the crowd, but didn't have his disguise on or anything, so he would have stood out as a towering golden beacon. After the speech, the Big E approached Sanguinius, who fell to his knees and wept, probably because of how much he loathed himself. Sanguinius then joined the Imperium without issue and began clapping a lot of cheeks. The 10th Primarch was also one of the ones we know the least about.
Why did Sanguinius loathe himself? Depends on how people kill themselves. If it's jumping off train tracks or cars or off bridges, etc., it's a problem for others. But rate EU, that still doesn't. So if someone did jump off a car, off a bridge, right, and it affects someone else, what are you going to do about it? Like, the fact that it's illegal didn't stop it from happening, and now that it has happened, there is legitimately nothing that you can do about it. So you have a law that is quite physically unenforceable. So it is an absolute combat monster. Yeah, but Major Kill just said that Sanguinius loathed himself. That's why he fell to his knees and wept. But I don't understand why he would have loathed himself. Rate thirsting? No, Sanguinius's Marines created the... from what I understand, I'm not trying to be smart here because I don't know everything, but from what I understand, the Wraith First, or the Black First, I think it's called, or some shit like that, but that is because of Sanguinius's death, and something went wrong after his death with his gene seed, that now the Space Marines that is created sort of lose their... they slowly go crazy, and they call it the Black First or the Red First, even though it's literally just them going crazy slowly, And whenever they, or the more crazy they get, they find themselves in that moment where Horus is about to slay their father, and everyone looks like Horus. So they're constantly avenging their father. So I'm not entirely sure if he had it. Existed before, Horus was still sane and witnessed this. According to, well, the video we watched about, was it Bricky that made that video? Yeah. Bricky just explained that. So I'm not sure, maybe Bricky got it wrong too? And Ray Thirst are different things. Okay, so the Raid First, that's the one that Sanguinus' Space Marines have. It comes from Sanguinus' death, I think. Raid Thirst was always there. Okay, so what the fuck is the Raid Thirst? And what is the Black... Okay, the Black Rage is the thing that comes from his death. What is the Raid Thirst then? Raid Thirst is vampirism. Yeah, but why would he hate himself because of that? I don't understand why he would hate himself because of that. The Raid Thirst is an ingrained flaw, part of Blood Angel's gene seed. The Black Rage was created by Sanguinus' death. Ah, okay. I sort of thought that they were interchangeable with one another. Thanks for clarifying that, chat.
Ferrus Manus. Before he became about a head shorter thanks to Fulgrim touching a penis-shaped sword, Ferrus was an extremely loyal, strong and level-headed Primarch. It's a shame that we didn't actually get to see more of him before his death, but in saying that, his death was very impactful and important to the plot. Just as a note, Ferrus Manus means Iron Hand in Latin. His hands are made of iron. His legion are called the Iron Hands, and they cut off their hands and replace them with iron in honour of their father, who, as I said, has iron hands. Ferrus was all about being tough. He drowned a metal dragon in lava, and then he made himself known to his planet and helped them enter into a golden age. He still encouraged the many conflicts they had with each other in order to ensure only the strongest survived. So when the Big E arrived, him and Ferrus fought an epic anime tier battle. Ferrus pledged himself to his father afterwards, as he finally found an opponent that surpassed him. Respectable. So far there does seem to be a trend of Primarchs who got punched in the face by the Emperor remaining incredibly loyal.
Yeah.
On to the 11th, we have the second missing Primarch, who was likely exterminated by the Imperium for unknown reasons. I'm just going to take a stab in the dark here and say it was because they watched anime without subtitles, despite the fact that they couldn't speak Japanese. Number 12th, we have the poster boy of why
To be fair, I would argue that you should probably be deleted from existence if you watch anime with subtitles, especially if there is an English dub around. Because you can get fucked if you tell me, oh, it's so much better when it's in fucking subtitles and it's in Japanese, even though I can't fucking understand Japanese. But I love reading shit instead of watching it, especially when I'm watching a fucking series or movie on my PC. But no, I would have preferred if this was a fucking book. Sadly, it isn't, so I'll just sit here reading it on the screen. Getting not enough time to really absorb what I'm reading, but at least enough time to hear music whilst I'm reading. Like, what the fuck is that? It's like watching an interactive movie, or it's like reading an interactive book with no way of really fucking interacting with it. It just doesn't make sense. I hate subtitles. They should be deleted from the world. No one cares. Everything should just be in English. That way it's all good and everyone understands it. Even though I'm not even English, I still believe that that is the way that it should be. If you don't agree, you're just wrong. That's as simple as it fucking gets. Next to us, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel and to the triggering, as it would seem. Yeah, I think it's absolutely fucking based. You'd rather listen to middle school voice actors? Dude, I'd rather listen to fucking voice. Here's the problem with subtitles, and it's, you're a liar if you say that this isn't true. So there's something happening on the screen, right? There's some big-ass fucking guy beating the shit out of another guy. There's light flying and blood fucking pumping. It's a massively cool fucking scene with music that's pumping, da-da-da, da-da-da-da, and everything's fucking happening, and here's you reading the letters frantically on the screen. Oh my god, and he was punching him, and it was fucking blood and horror, and he screams to him, yeah, I'll fucking kill you. Oh my god, this must look so cool. If only I could see what I'm watching, because I'm reading the fucking subtitles at the bottom instead of watching what is happening on my screen. So, no. There is no way that is fucking cooler than just actually watching it. I think there's a lot of dialogue in such a scene. I've seen movies where there's a lot of things happening on the screen with dialogue on it as well. And it's like, dude, I can't read this and watch the fucking screen. What are you talking about? You can't help that you read slow. It's not about reading slow. It's about being stupid. Why would you want subtitles when you could have words in a language you can understand? That makes no sense. That is the epitome of creating work for yourself that is unnecessary. It's unnecessary. You don't need it. For not being able to pay attention to what's happening on screen while reading the subs. Dude, it's literally established that you can only do one thing at a time. There's no such thing as multitasking. It doesn't exist. So either you're reading subtitles or you're watching what's on the screen. You are not doing both. You might think you're doing both, but you are not. Even if you think you could, you're one of the two things or both of those things are being done half-assed. This is why every single person I've ever met that says, oh my God, I'm great at multitasking, fucking sucks at almost everything. It's like as soon as they're done doing something, you realize, oh my God, this thing isn't done even remotely close to how it should have been done. I'll have to do it again because it fucking sucks. Instead of just doing the one thing and doing it great. If I want to read, I read. Here's a book. You know what I don't do? I don't sit here watching a movie whilst reading. In fact, this is how bad things are for me because I genuinely can't focus on two things. If I get a text in the middle of a series or a movie that I'm watching, I have to pause the movie or the series in order to reply to the text. If I pick up my phone and I go, I'll quickly reply, I'll either miss entirely what's happening in the movie or I'll just not finish the text because I can't do both. That's physically impossible. So I like going to the beach to read. So I'll sit on the beach, not on the beach, there's like benches on the sidewalk next to the ocean. So I'll sit there and I'll read. But I like doing it early in the mornings when there's not as many people around. This morning, for example, it was actually quite busy. There's a lot of joggers and people walking around because it's kind of getting summer, so people sort of like being out and about. And whenever someone walks by me, I have to reread the passage that I was just reading. Because my brain immediately switched from whatever I was reading to focusing on the person that just walked by me. And then I have to forcibly go back and say, okay, now I'll read it again. Just to follow. So it gets really annoying. Really annoying. That's why I can't do subtitles. If you can do subtitles, that's fucking good for you. I just think they're far inferior to just... I'd rather watch a dub than read subtitles. Unless, of course, it's not animation, and we're talking about live action, in which case dubs can go fuck itself. What's worse than subtitles is when you have the mouth moving one way and the dialogue being another thing entirely. That's why, to this day, I have still not watched Squid Game. I've watched 10 minutes of Squid Game. I tried the subtitle version, fucking hated it. Then I tried the dub version, fucking hated it. And I just said, well, clearly this is not a show for me. They didn't make this the right way. They should have made it in English. They decided not to. So I guess I'll just never watch this. Can you walk and chew gum at the same time? Yeah, because that's an automatic thing. They're wrong as well. When the dubs aren't the same, 10 voice actors, and they stop changing the original dialogue, I'll consider watching dubs. Until then, they suck. Oh my God, you guys are such purists. Such fucking snobs. Anime snobs is what you guys are. The worst is when the sub and the dub isn't the same. I would rather watch with it in English, but when the dub doesn't line up with what I'm watching, it's painful, especially with garbage voice acting. Dub sucks most of the time. Grimfield, it depends. If it's an animation that's been dubbed, it doesn't matter. Like, who gives a shit? It's animation. The mouth and the words rarely, if ever, match up anyways. Live action dubs, I agree with you. Those are fucking miserable to watch. Can't watch those.
Abortion should be legalized everywhere. Angron in the Emperor's meeting was by far the most mishandled by Daddy E.
I think to just get people to let all of you calm down. Okay? I would have insulted your anime no matter what. I do not watch anime. I do not care for anime. I insult it whenever I get an opportunity. Not because I hate it, just because I don't care about it. So whenever I find people that like anime, I like to insult them a little bit. You guys just have to learn, you know, that you're not the top of the food chain. Live action is still better. And you can go fuck yourself. You have shows like One Punch Man. That genre needs to die. So I will always say that because I couldn't give two fucks. And it's not just anime from Japan. I hate all animation, like any animation, except for games. Games can be animation, they're fucking cool. Anything else can go suck a dick. Thorwald, you bastard, thanks for the prime sub, really appreciate that. 8 months, part of the DJ Nation. Thank you, brother. Hope load shedding isn't too hard. Nice to have you back. Dude, I fucking hate load shedding, but what are you gonna do, right? It is what it is. I just have to coexist with it for now. Insulted more than you ever have. Yeah, but your insults are actually worthwhile, probably. Like, I am just being ignorant. Legit. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is ignorance speaking, right? I am just a walking, talking ball of ignorance. And if you're getting triggered by it, fucking spot the joke, right? I know that I'm not actually qualified to say anything about anime because I don't watch it, right? But I still like fucking insulting it. It's just what I do. It's like whenever I say fuck weebs, I don't even really understand what the word weeb means because I don't think it means what it used to mean. And I definitely don't think the people that watch anime necessarily qualifies as what a weeb should have been. But still, it fucking works. And if it works, it works. Acid Girk, how you doing, bro? To fight a fat one. Do you fucking base, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. People who can't banter and take jokes don't belong on the internet. They definitely don't belong on this fucking channel. They should go to Twitter. Twitter is great at not fucking taking jokes.
Everyone was instantly enslaved upon his landing at his planet and was forced to fight as a gladiator, eventually getting nails stamped into his brain that was slowly killing him. Rough. He eventually escaped along with thousands of his gladiator brothers and sisters, and despite being a literal Spartacus, him and his depleted army were soon surrounded by a much
Umblesy, I fucking loved Arcane, but I was reliably informed by the weebs on my fucking stream that Arcane is not an actual anime, and I'm not allowed to call it an anime because it's good. They didn't say that last part, I just added it because that's all it could mean. Arcane was fucking brilliant, and apparently it's not an anime because it was too fucking good. Like, if it was gonna be an anime, it would have been shit, but, you know. Wait, who said you're a racist? I got bombarded on Twitter and still am because I said they're replacing redheads in movies. Are they though? When's the last time you've watched a movie with a redhead though? There's a live-action remake of Little Mermaid? Since when? Dude, who fucking liked Little Mermaid enough to make a remake of it? Specifically fucking live action. Ariel and Little Mermaid? Dude, I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought it was 2 million dislikes on the trailer. Really? I can't watch the trailer because we'll just instantly get copyright strike. But is it not good? Good, here we fucking go with a Little Mermaid being replaced by a black girl. Oh shit. So Ariel is black now. Well, you know, it's another example of movie studios thinking black people don't deserve more, so they'll just take a normal, a show that had a white girl in it and just replace it with a black girl because, hey, minimum effort, maximum profits. That's literally all it is. I don't have a problem with characters being portrayed by whatever the fuck, because if you think that's a problem, you probably don't know yet that mermaids don't exist. I mean, it's a mermaid, bro. She can be fucking orange and it would be fine. They don't actually exist. We have no historical records of mermaids. So I don't really give a shit about that. My biggest gripe with shit like this is you're taking a character that historically have been white, right? Whenever people think about mermaid, they think, oh yeah, Ariel, fucking mermaid. Horrible fucking movie. Just want to fucking re-clarify that. I thought Little Mermaid was dog shit. But anyways, now you're making that character black. All right, fine. But do you not think, so you don't believe that black people could have their own stories written? Like, if you really wanted to make a movie with black people in it, you can, like, make up something new that had black characters in it? Nah, fuck it. We'll just replace the white girl with a black girl, and that'll be enough. The black people will be fine. They'll sit down, you know, be quiet. We've made this for you. It's disgusting to me. It really is just minimum effort, maximum profits, or at least they hope that it will be maximum profits. Seems like there is a problem with not changing characters. We don't really care, but it comes off weird. I think, Ender, the thing for me is it comes off as pandering. And it comes a little bit off as... it's insulting to me, you know? I use the same example with Black Panther. Let's say the roles were reversed, and suddenly they fucking came out and they were like, oh, by the way, we're going to make Black Panther white. My first thought would be, okay, wait, so you don't think that you could make another superhero that is white? Maybe one that is in a movie with Black Panther, maybe, or some shit like that? You have to take the superhero that is already black and make it white? What's that? You know, so I just find it as fucking cheap. It's like, oh, I didn't actually want to spend money on getting writers to write a good story, so we'll just use the story that already exists and just superimpose our own like ideology so that we can win the black vote. And it's like, dude, you could have done a little bit more effort. Like, Jesus. And, you know, I think there should be more like black fucking superheroes and black story and actors and stuff like that in movies. I think that's good, right? I just don't think that you should, like, redo all of the old things just now with, like, a new look. It's disgusting. So they're saying black people don't deserve their own content. They can't stand on their own. Dude, and I actually happen to think that fucking Black Panther was a really cool fucking movie. Black Panther was really cool. The base part of Black Panther were the amount of people that actually started Googling Wakanda because they wanted to visit it. That was kind of, like, that was the funniest part of it. But I did think that it was a really good fucking movie. Blade was another cool movie. Again, there are characters, there are movies like that. There's stories with black characters in them. There should be more. And you shouldn't be lazy with shit like that. If you're gonna do it, fucking do it right. So that's really my 2 cents on the matter. If we're gonna talk about, do I really give a fuck about Ariel being black? The answer is no. Because who gives a fuck? It's the Little Mermaid, dude. It is a terrible fucking show and story. No one should care about that crap. Plus, and even if you do care about it, mermaids are not real. It's not like they came out and made Julius Caesar fucking Asian. That would be a problem, because Julius Caesar wasn't Asian. That would be a problem. That would be like, okay, wait a second. We have historical evidence that this guy was not Asian. You've made him Asian. What the fuck are you doing, right? But Little Mermaid is not an historical character. It is a fictional fucking character. Like, she can look whichever fucking way she wants, and it doesn't matter. Shouldn't fucking matter. Just you wait until you get an Asian Caesar. that would actually be funny. They made Anne Boylan black. I don't know who the fuck that is, though. Mermaids are real. They're manatees and sexy. Let's see if they have the balls to make Tarzan black. A guy running around and acting like a monkey. An Asian what now? Caesar. Julius Caesar as Asian. That would actually, you really want to fuck up that story. This is how you make that story super weird. You make Julius Caesar Persian. That, how do you write that story though? Because it's sort of like the wars of the time is going to make very little sense there. I would love to see the writing team on that fucking story just try to figure out how the fuck do we make this Roman story work here. That would be hilarious. Good naked Persian, piss off both the Middle East and the West in one go. Yeah, if you can't keep like at least some people happy, just piss everyone off.
Greater and better armed force from different regions of the planet. The Emperor beamed down to Angron on the eve of battle and was like, "You gave it a good shot, son. Now come with me and let's conquer the galaxy." And Angron was like, "Dope. Let me tell all my gladiator brothers and sisters that we've been saved." And the Big E was like, oh no, they smell like shit and they all have nails in their brains. No, they're not invited. So Angron was like, "Okay, fuck you, I'm not going." And the Big E was like... The Big E then kidnapped Angron and took him aboard his ship, resulting in the massacre of his gladiator family. Angron even killed a Custodes and tried to attack the Emperor in retaliation after his abduction. Now the Big E is...
Wait, Primarchs can kill Custodes? Aren't Custodes massive? The Custodes are the protectors of the Emperor. They're like fucking giants almost, aren't they? Custodes are weaker than a Primarch. Ah. So what's stronger than a Primarch? Is there anything in the modern Imperium that's stronger than a Primarch? Angron is just asking for the kid to be angry, pretty much. So literally Big E Primarchs. Yeah, well, in the Imperium, I'm assuming there's plenty of things in the galaxy that would either be on par with Primarchs or even more powerful than Primarchs. But within the Imperium, Tank Knight Titans, Big E Primarch Custodes. Where's the Grey Knights? Are they Custodes or are they lower than the Custodes? Primarch Custodes, Grey Knights, Astartes. Ah. Where's the battles, the Sisters of Battle, or the Sisters of something?
usually pretty good at reading people and understanding the best course of action. He knew Primarchs like Lehman and First would require a show of force, whilst others like Fulgrim...
Wait, what? The Sisters of Battle is below Astartes? Aren't people like super afraid of the Sisters of Battle though? Slightly higher than Guard, but they are still normal humans. Amagon, how you doing, brother? Because they're fucking crazy. But they're not afraid of Astartes. Also, they're afraid of the Sisters of Battle because, well, they're a bit fucking nuts. Not afraid of the Astartes, though, because, you know, the Astartes, they're not necessarily all nuts, although some of them are fucking bonkers, but not all of them are bonkers. So these Astartes is a battle guardsman. The Sisters are zealots. They will burn you if you even have a hint of heresy. Jesus. All right.
or Sanguinius were destined to kiss ass from the get-go. All Angron wanted was for the Emperor to drop in some Marines, Custodes, or even himself to kick some ass alongside him and his gladiators, and then bam, you would have had a loyal Angron. Maybe the Big E was just annoyed at Angron turning him down initially, but either way, it's not hard to see why Angron would betray the Big E with a start like this. Unor 13, we also have the amount of Black Crusades Abaddon has failed, as well as the most privileged Primarch, Gulliman. Gulliman didn't have foresight, stealth abilities, warp powers, insane strength, insane speed, wings, or even a sense of humour, but he is arguably the most powerful Primarch. Why? He has super administration powers, which while they are indeed lame, means he conquered the tits out of his star system, and he built an entire mini-imperium by the time the Big E had found him. Gulliman swore instant fealty to the Big E without issue, as he already knew he was created for a purpose and got pretty excited about the prospect of building a galactic empire. Once again, a pretty boring meeting of father and son, but matches pretty well with what you'd expect from the G-Man. On to the 14th, we have another unfortunate meeting, Mortarion. Morty had landed on a gassed-up planet full of necromancers and people who the necromancers were necromanting on.
I don't remember Bricky covering this. Squad of Grey Knights, you can one Custodes and their demon killing ability. Why do I not remember Bricky covering this Primarch? This name doesn't even sound familiar to me.
On to the 14th, we have another unfortunate meeting. Mortarion. Morty had landed on a gassed up planet full of necromancers and people who the necromancers were necromanting on. Morty was adopted by the most powerful of the necromancers, who was also a shitty dad. After a time, Morty escaped and met with people in a valley below, seeing their plight and declared rebellion against the necromancers. With Morty being a Primark as well as highly resistant to gas attacks, it didn't take him too long for him and his merry men to kill the necromancers bar one, his own Necro Daddy, who was a mountain so tall and poisonous that not even Morty could survive it. When the Big E arrived, Morty got really jealous as his people were in awe of a golden tanned hot man who promised them true salvation. They liked Morty, but he looked like a cancer patient on their third cycle of chemotherapy, which just isn't the normal look of an inspiring hero. When the Big E approached Morty, he said, "Come on Morty, if you can't kill your Necro Daddy, then you're a worthless piece of shit and you need to come on my adventures."
Oh my god, has the stream died again? Alright. No, it did actually drop. But it seems like it's stabilized.
But if you can, then I'll fuck off. And Morty was like, oh geez Dad, okay, I'll do it. Hence Morty climbed up the tallest mountain and proceeded to get skull fucked by the gas. As he dropped to his knees and the Necro Daddy pretended to kill him, the Big E was like, "Surprise, motherfucker," and cut Necro Daddy in half, saving Mortarion. As per their deal, Morty did pledge himself to the Big E, but he was incredibly salty that the Big E stole his kill. Which is stupid. Morty got saved, but what can you expect from a guy whose brain's been non-stop exposed to gas?
To be fair though, I think Morty was a bit of a League of Legends player. Because that happens in League all the time. You steal someone's kill, but they were about to die, and then they get really salty at the fact that you stole their kill. So he probably, like, Iron or Bronze 5, maybe? Like, maybe Bronze 5 in League of Legends. Sounds about right to me.
So toxic, it would make Auschwitz look harmless. Onto the final stretch, we have the 15th Primark, the big red nerd himself, Magnus. Magnus and the Emperor had been psychically communicating for years before they met, hence Magnus was one of the Emperor's favourite sons, as he was the only one that had psychic powers to rival his own. Out of all the Primark meetings, this one was by far the easiest, other than Horus's meeting, as Magnus had already pledged himself to his father years before he arrived officially. I've got a 1000 Suns video coming out soon, so get keen to learn the nitty gritty of Magnus and how arrogance always leads to downfall. The 16th Primark, the arch bold cunt, was called Horus. Horus was the first son to be found by the Emperor, but the details of his finding are very sketchy. Some records say he grew up on the nearby planet of Chthoniya, however his accent sounded fake to some of the keen-eared Chthonians, whilst other records state that despite landing on Chthoniya, he was found very early by the Big E and grew up on Terra, only adopting the Chthonia's facade as a way to help secure the loyalty of the Marines harvested from that planet. Either way, Horus's time with the Emperor meant that he had become the Emperor's favourite son, despite his obvious lack of hair, and their meeting was incredibly easy, as there's a good chance Horus was a literal child when it occurred. The 17th Primark was the second most evil bold cunt, Lorgar. Now I'm not going to say Lorgar was molested as a child, but he did land on a planet that was extremely religious, and if there's something we've learned about religious people, is that they love touching kids. Lorgar...
I can see where he's going with this. And there is a good chance that he was probably fiddled as a fucking child, because this guy, I still hate him. I despise the fucking word bearers with everything in me. I despise these cunts.
Spent most of his life creating a religion based around the eventual arrival of the God Emperor of mankind, and he used this religion to crush the opposing religion, which low-key prayed the Chaos Gods. After genociding a large population of his planet in a religious war, the Emperor arrived. Now it's not hard to see why people thought the Big E was a god. He had insane superpowers, a flaming sword, was constantly glowing, and he looked like a god. Lorgar was like, "My god, you've arrived," and the Emperor's like, "I'm not a god, I'm a scientist." And then Lorgar was like, "Only a true god would say he isn't a god. What a god." This trend of Lorgar thinking the Big E was a god would eventually come to a head, as the wordbearers were extremely slow at conquering planets, as they would stay on said planets and convert them to the Imperial cult. Hence, after a good old-fashioned bit of mind rape by the Big E, Lorgar was no longer a fan. Either way, once again, this was an easy Primark, as he looked up to his father as a god.
Minor, why would you say, what do you mean rival, rival chapter? Because I don't necessarily... So the reason I like the Ultramarines so far... Now, things could obviously change. But in the Dark Imperium that I'm currently reading, I like the fact that Guilliman and the Ultramarines don't believe that the Emperor is a god. In fact, Guilliman gets quite annoyed whenever people sort of pray to the Emperor, because he remembers that the Emperor, like he remembers the Emperor, and he knows that the Emperor doesn't want this. They come across as incredibly rational and reasonable to some extent, which you don't really find with, like, a lot of the other Space Marine chapters seem to almost be heightened in one way or another, whereas the Ultramarines are a lot more sort of collected, at least in this so far. It might be changing, but so far. Try to basically make the Emperor a cult. Ultramarines burnt their capital, so Wordbearers got a grudge. So when the heresy happened, they went for the Blue Boys instantly. Yeah, but I mean, it had to happen because the Wordbearers were a bunch of cunts. So burning their capital, the only mistake I would argue the Emperor made there, and the Ultramarines by extension, was that they didn't burn the fucking Wordbearers alongside it. I don't know if anyone ever told you, but Guilliman's adopted mom told Conrad Curse to go to hell. You can see why Guilliman is the only well-adjusted Primark. He had a mom. I didn't know that. Nixeros. Black Templars get boners for thinking of imps as a god.
18th Primarch was also the cuddliest, despite looking the most evil, Vulcan. Vulcan and the Emperor had a really cool meeting. It wasn't a punch-on, but it was still quite challenging. See, Vulcan was now the lord of his planet and had just fisted some Dark Elves, really hard, hence there was a huge celebration. During the celebration, the Big E came in a disguise and said he could beat anyone there in any of the competitions. Vulcan accepted this challenge as the Big E then said, whoever loses become the other person's bitch, which was his standard challenge request by this point. After a full week of challenges where neither the Big E nor Vulcan came out on top, they had one final challenge. Go out, kill a giant fire-breathing salamander and then bring it back. Fair enough. Vulcan found a big chungus and smashed its brains in. However, as he was carrying it back to the village, the volcano he was on coincidentally erupted and threw him off a cliff. He clung onto it with one hand, but was unable to pull himself up, as he did not want to let go of his big-ass salamander. Eventually the Big E came, and as expected, with his big dick measuring contests, he had the bigger salamander. He used its body to create a bridge to save Vulcan, and they returned back to the village. Vulcan was declared the winner, as he had his salamander still and the Big E didn't. But then our big scary Terry teddy bear was like, "No, my friends, this golden white man is the true winner here. He saved my life. Any man that values life over dick measuring is worthy of my service." Hence the Imperium gained Vulcan, a man with a heart of gold, unless you're an Eldar child. The 19th and second or third last Primarch is Corvus Corax, aka the dude Conrad wishes he was. I guess Angron also wishes he was Corvus, as Corvus actually led a successful rebellion against the cruel overlords of his planet. The Big E also came to Corvus in a similarly unique position to Angron. See, 90% of Primarchs were already the lords and kings of their planets before the Emperor arrived, except for Corvus and Angron, who were still in the middle of their respective uprisings. With Angron, he saw a man who had no chance of completing his uprising, whilst Corvus was stuck in a unique dilemma. See, Corvus found nukes that he could use on key enemy positions, killing thousands of innocents but saving millions overall. The Big E came to Corvus and the two talked in great lengths about important shit that the audience wasn't privy to. Then the Big E left and allowed Corvus to make his decision without offering any help or aid at all. Corvus ended up nuking the overlords and forcing the survivors to agree to a treaty before then joining the Emperor on his crusade. The Emperor wanted to see if Corvus had the balls to make the tough decisions, and he was pleased when he saw that he did. And finally the last Primarch/Primarchs, Alpharius Omegon. True to their nature of nobody knowing what the fuck the Alpha Legion are doing, we have no real idea about the origin of Alpharius Omegon. One story has Alpharius landing on a planet where he waited for aliens to come, kicked the aliens' ass and stole their ship, where he then flew to the Emperor. Another story has Alpharius try to assassinate Horus, and then there's another story that Alpharius got mind raped by evil Xenos until the Emperor came and blew them all up. None of these stories explain Amigon at all either, so I'm genuinely dreading the day when I have to attempt to make an Alpha Legion lore video. And that does us for today, guys. The meet and greet of all 20 of the Primarks. Everyone loves Primarks, and I thought it'd be cool to highlight their meetings with their glorious golden daddy. Some are way cooler than others, but all of them match their character, as well as their mental disorder pretty well. I should probably just make a video about how cooked all their brains are, to be honest. There's a lot of content there. If you like the video and want to support the channel, then Patreon is the place to be. Only $1 gives you access to everything.
Wait, he was found on Terra before the Crusade. Oh. It would be a lie. We are Authorius. Which Bricky video is that? We literally just watched the video. So we watched this one. I don't know if it's this one, though. It got upvoted to fuck. So... Oh, I haven't watched any Adeptus Ridiculous videos yet. You guys are going to have to submit those to the Reddit and let people vote for it. Mr. Demuria, submit Hellreach to the subreddit and let people vote. Because, yeah, that's effectively the only way I get to see the videos is when you guys submit them and people vote on them. For a video who talk about Alfarius, you should watch Amber King. Rav, I have no idea who the fuck that is. Already submitted the whole official playlist? I will probably get to it then. Because I am going down the list. Am I banned on Reddit? Someone else posted, please. Dude, what the fuck did you do on Reddit that they IP banned you? Like, who did you piss off? What did you fucking say? Like, do you know how heavy you have to be in order to get banned on Reddit? Like, I don't know anyone that's ever been banned on Reddit. And I have some friends that post some fucking miserable shit. I cannot wait to see your reaction to Grimaldus' speech, man. Was the beginning of the Reddit, so it isn't getting upvoted? Ah, okay, that makes sense. What do you mean you did a racism? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. It's your fucking life, but I don't want to get banned on Twitch, so I'm good. Is the new movie looks bad? Ah, okay. Yeah, well, you know, everyone's gonna have their fucking things. It is what it is. I think far too many people take far too much issue with far too many things. Spoken on the Queen's death echo? You mean the Queen of England? No, what would I say about that? She's not my queen. I think I said I'm sorry to all the British people, you know, those who cared about her. But to be fair, I don't know much of anything about the Queen. So, yeah. It just seems like there's a lot of things that are going to change now. Which is weird. But I guess that's how the Brits like doing things. Like ever so often, everything has to change from queen to king. And then back from king to queen. And then back again. And then like so on and so forth. Been reincarnated as Trisha Paytas' baby. Dude, what the... Who the fuck is Trisha Paytas? But no, but it means I genuinely don't have an opinion on it. It is what it is, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't followed any of it. I haven't watched any of it. I see on the news, like literally our newspapers are full of, oh my God, the princes came together and they're united again. And I didn't even know that they were fucking apart. Shows you how much I focus on real life bullshit. I try to stay out of the real life stuff because half the time I'm confused. The other half I don't give a fuck. So it's sort of just, it's easier for me to just stick in my lane, cover gaming stuff, and hate politics. Just makes more sense for me. wanted to know if monarchy is something you have an opinion on. Oh yeah, I dislike it as much as I dislike politics and politicians. I don't understand the concept of it, because again, you have someone that you can't vote for that is in power, that at least in ancient times, probably not modern times, but in ancient times, you had someone that basically had absolute power. They could do whatever the fuck they wanted and no one could stop them. I don't agree with that. And I hate politicians for pretty much the same reason. So yeah, definitely not really. I don't really like it. Fun fact, our queen was technically the queen of 10 plus sovereign states, so a lot is changing. Ender, true. She wasn't the what's funny, I still don't actually know why. So South Africa loses both of the Boer Wars. The Boer Wars was when the South Africans fought the British in order to expel them from South Africa. We lose both of those wars, although we come close to winning both of them, but the Brits ultimately sent like the largest fleet or the largest army that they have ever sent to crush us in both of those instances. And then randomly, like, we start ruling together and everything's fine. You know, the queen is the queen of South Africa and there's no questions whatsoever. And then for some reason in 1954, the queen goes, oh, you know what? You guys can be a country on your own. You can be a republic. I will no longer be your queen. I still, to this day, don't understand how the fuck that happened. Like, why? Because for the most part, the Afrikaner, who was the white South Africans, accepted the fact that the queen was their queen. They accepted it. I don't think they were planning to have another war or anything like that, because at the time it was pretty much, you know, we had a parliament, we had a prime minister, we were pretty much governing ourselves at that point already. But for some reason we were just like, no, fuck it, we still don't want a queen. We lost and lost due to putting women and children in concentration camps. Also true, very fucking true. 2, we couldn't afford the colonies anymore, so just left it up to them if they wanted to go full republic or not. It actually costs the country resources to have a colony support a vassal state. Somewhere that Queen could have disbanded Australian government. She probably could in theory, but in practice there would be a lot of stops along the way that would probably make it impossible for her to do. Yeah, I genuinely don't know why that push was so heavy in South Africa. I know why they didn't want to be part of the British Union in the first place. Like, that I understand. Like, literally from the first moment that the Brits arrived in South Africa, as they were called then, free peoples, refused to bend the knee to the British Empire because they all left Europe to get away from kings and queens. And so they just said, fuck that, you know, we don't want to be anywhere near you. So they left and they sort of went deeper into South Africa. And then ultimately had their wars with the fucking Brits. And the Brits won. And so they sort of worked together, but not really. The parliament was doing its thing. And then ultimately they just said, no, fuck it. We'll take it one step further. We don't want a queen anymore. When they're competing with other countries in the EU over expanding in the world? Right, what? You mean the Brits? I don't know about that. What do you mean? Why they pushed South Africa out? Because I don't think they pushed South Africa out. I think it was South Africa that declared themselves a republic. I genuinely don't know. I have no idea what the underlying reasons was for that. Nor do I even have any interest in looking. It was just sort of interesting to me that we are part of the Commonwealth, but we don't have the Queen as our head of state. Dutch and Portugal French were competing over expanding? When you mean, what do you mean exactly? So, I mean England for the most part, right? But since at that point they had already conquered Scotland and Ireland, or parts of Ireland at least, and Wales, it was kind of the Brits, because you had Irish soldiers, Scottish soldiers, and Welsh soldiers all on the shores of Africa fighting the South Africans. Those are the big European countries were competing with expansion for their respective empires. Yes, Brits just had superior maritime tech and navy, so that's why they were the most successful, and the rest fell away, and we held key maritime routes. Then post-World War II, we effectively disbanded the empire and became a commonwealth, so we couldn't afford the upkeep anymore. Cost a lot to maintain railways across the globe, etc. I can see that. I can see that. Although giving up South Africa, again, that doesn't really explain it. South Africa, even at that time, the richest country in terms of gold in the world. Even to this day, I think South Africa is like one of the top gold exporters in the world. Coal, shit tons of coal. Iron, shit tons of that. So much farmland. So in terms of riches, getting a foothold in Africa or in South Africa would still have been like a decent idea, I would have thought. To the Star of Africa, awkward. Top gold and diamonds. Yeah, I think actually we lead the world in gold and diamonds, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, so don't fucking quote me on this. All that coal, but got the wrong power plants. True. D-Rocker gets investment and distance that probably made them think it's not worth it. It could be. Let me see. Let me try and Google this. Do they actually explain it? So, on this date, in 1961, South Africa gained independence from Britain. This was the first step in the redemption from the Berlin Conference convened. That episode marked the high point of white European competition for territory in Africa, a process commonly known as the Scramble for Africa. The country became a republic following a referendum, only open to white voters, which narrowly passed. The British dominated Natal province largely voted against the proposal. Queen Elizabeth II lost the title Queen of South Africa, and the last Governor-General, Charles Robert Swart, became state president. Black South Africans and their allies had been fighting against apartheid since 1948. As a concession to the Westminster system, the appointment of the president remained an appointment by Parliament and virtually powerless until P.W. Botha's Constitutional Act of 1983, which eliminated the office of Prime Minister and instated a near unique strong presidency responsible to Parliament pressured by other Commonwealth of Nation countries. South Africa withdrew from the organization in 1961 and rejoined it only in 1994. Despite opposition, both within and outside the country, the government legislated for a continuation of apartheid. The security forces cracked down on internal dissent and violence became widespread, with anti-apartheid organizations such as the African National Congress and the Azanian People's Organization and the Pan-Africanist Congress carrying out guerrilla warfare and urban sabotage. The three rival resistance movements also engaged in occasional inter-factional clashes as they jockeyed for domestic influence. Apartheid became increasingly controversial and several countries began to boycott business with the South African government because of its racial policies. These measures were later extended to international sanctions and the divestment of holdings by foreign investors. In the late 1970s, South Africa initiated a program of nuclear weapons development. In the following decade, it produced 6 deliverable nuclear weapons. The the gold for dear life at the moment, not exporting it. Brits were busy fighting a war over the slave trade. It seems like it had something to do with some kind of Berlin conference. This was the first step in the redemption from the Berlin conference convened. Not entirely fucking sure what that was about, but, you know, whatever. Not just that, had to combat the caste system in the Raj, import school systems throughout the empire, infrastructure, etc., was all very expensive. I can fucking imagine. But again, I always come back to, if I was a king, you know, back in the old days, I would find the entire concept of conquering the world to be rather tedious and also just too much fucking work. Like, genuinely, I would probably, whenever like one of my generals came to me and said, hey, you know what we should do? We should really conquer the world. I'd most likely be like, that's a lot of work. Let's fucking chill for a bit, you know. Let's just let the people chill, and maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Like, fuck it. I'm not in the mood now. Because I don't know, but I think being at war would be such a stressful fucking task. Like, you never know, right? It is, but it means you can control supply of key things. Yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't want to do that either. You wouldn't have been brought up with that mindset if you were heir? Maybe. To be fair, I wasn't brought up to be incredibly cutthroat. Like, my dad... So we were brought up pretty much... Get a degree, get a job, work hard, make money, have kids, have them get degrees, work hard, make money. That's it, right? My dad isn't a businessman, nor has he ever dreamt of being one. Even now, he's a doctor, but he's also a farmer. He owns like a bunch of cattle. There's so many things that he could do in order to make some serious money with his cattle, but he doesn't want to. He just likes the cattle. He just likes the cows walking around eating, and he sells some in order to cover, you know, the costs of the farm. But outside of that, he doesn't really give a shit. Like, he's not aggressively pursuing being a big fucking cattle farmer or anything like that. So I wasn't brought up that way. So I'm guessing, yeah, if I was the leader, I would be the most chill fucker out there. I would just constantly be like, nah, get them on Discord. We'll quickly have a discussion. Maybe we can set up some trade shit. I'm not going to invade now. You know, can't go anywhere that didn't hold some sort of worth, whether strategic or a resource that was valuable or needed. Yeah, the world is filled with people fucking conquering each other, you know. Most kings want to conquer out of fear of being conquered if they don't. If you studied acting, you couldn't even listen as a child. Well, I mean, I did study acting, homie. What do you mean? Do you do YouTube and Twitch on the side? Slaka, yes. So I am a YouTuber first, and I do Twitch as basically a hobby. I like streaming. I like hanging out, you know? But yeah, this is definitely not like... This is literally just a side gig for me. The main work that I do is YouTube. Christian-based middle class upbringing, join the club. Yeah, I mean, super Christian. I remember my mom getting super angry with me because I was 16 and we had Sunday school. I don't know how many people actually have Sunday school the world over anymore. But, like, literally from the age of 6, you would have Sunday school every single Sunday. And I used to fucking hate it. Because you'd go, like, an hour before church starts. You have to be there because you have to be in Sunday school. And then they teach you things about the Bible. And then after that, you still have to go to church. So it's like 2 hours every Sunday, which was fucking torture. Especially because I found church... so boring, especially as a child. nowadays, I think I would find church fascinating. But then I want to go play outside. I don't want to sit in a church and listen to a guy speak that I don't understand. But anyway, so at 16, you start with your, I can't remember what it's called, and I genuinely don't know what it's called in English, but basically at the age of 18, when you turn 18, you get introduced to the church. Like, you have to stand in front of the entire church at the age of 18, confess that you are a Christian and that you're a believer, and then you get to take your first communion. So kids aren't allowed to take communion until they've been like presented to the church. And at the age of 16, they start preparing you for this moment where you're going to pledge your allegiance and loyalty to God, and be accepted in front of the church and all that shit. So it was in that, like, in the Sunday school thing where the guy said, okay, so what you guys need to remember is this entire fucking lesson. But at one point he says, if you do not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you will burn in hell for all eternity. And I remember sitting there and just suddenly going, wait, that makes no sense. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, so imagine you're a Muslim or like any other religion, and you've never heard about Jesus. Like, never. You've never met Jesus or met anyone that knows Jesus. And you die. Do you just go to hell? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, just like that, even though you've never heard of him. And he's like, well, everyone's heard of Jesus at this point, and Jesus will never let anyone die that hasn't heard of him, which did not sit right with me from a logical fucking standpoint. I was immediately like, wait a second, what if you believe in some kind of religion, but you live on an island that's completely deserted and very few people ever come there, and you die and you've never heard of Jesus, like, so you still go to hell? And he's like, yeah, but even then God will make himself known to you. And I was like, dude, this is very convenient. Like, so it will just always happen, right? And then finally I said to him, okay, hear me out. You're Muslim, but you're like, you've just been born and you're like 1 year old. So you still don't understand anything and you die. Do you go to hell? And he was like, yes, because your parents never introduced you to God. They never baptized you, so yes, you go to hell. And I'm like, dude, that's not fucking fair. I'm sorry, I don't see how that's fair. You say that God is a God of fairness. I don't see that as fair. This child never even had an opportunity, and they're being punished for something that they had no opportunity to ever do. So they couldn't answer me. And they're like, well, dude, you know what? Your job isn't to question. You should just believe. And that fucking, like, if you really wanted to piss me off, you say something like that to me. You tell me, no, just believe, don't question. Like, that's the quickest way for me to go, fuck that. I can't, sorry, I kind of have to question a lot. So that was like the first, I think, breaking point for me. Oh, that was the moment that things started breaking for me religiously, was that moment. And then the other moment was, I asked this guy, how do you know God is real? It was like later. It was like 6 months into Sunday school, into the year. And I said, how do you know God is real? And he said, well, I know it. I'm like, no, but how do you know it? And he's like, I can feel it. I'm like, okay, what do you mean you can feel it? And he said, no, God talks to me. And I'm like, with words? Or, and he's like, no, I feel it. I'm like, bro, but like, that makes it, like, what do you mean you feel it? And so he, again, after a fucking massive conversation, he goes, look, you're asking too many questions. God will punish you if you keep asking questions. And I remember going home, and I felt really uneasy about this. And I remember lying in bed, and I was like, wait, you have a God that created you, gave you a brain with which to disseminate and categorize knowledge, yet will punish you if you use that brain that was given to you for using the brain that was given to you. And I was just like, yeah, no. So I told my mom, right, I'm never going back to fucking Sunday school because this religious things are weird as shit to me. She was like super annoyed, but she didn't argue. She was like, yeah, sure. Well, the question, he just wanted you to fuck off. Dude, you think that's bad? Listen to this. I'm 14, 15, I was standard 10. I think you're 6, no, you're like 14, 15. I was 15 years old, right? I must say, better mates 40k, got me here. Cheers, mate. Dude, Telephos, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate you being here. So, I'm 15 years old. I'm sitting in natural science, right? Subject of school, natural science. And the teacher in front goes, so this is a molecule. And everything in this universe is made up of molecules. And she has a picture on the board of a molecule. And it's circle. It's a fucking circle, right? It's like a spherical, circular thing. And I looked at it, and I was like, how do we know it's a circle? It's like, well, we know. I'm like, wait, can we see them? And this is where she made her giant mistake. She said, no, we can't see them, but we know it's a circle. No, wait, but if we can't see them, how do we know? It could be fucking squares for all we know. And she's like, no, it's a circle. Just believe me, it's a circle. Now, again, don't fucking tell me to just explain it to me. Because obviously I had questions. I did not trust the validity of her information. I wanted her to explain to me exactly how she knows that a molecule is a fucking circle. She just kept going, you should just know. Like, just believe me. Just trust me, bro. Like, she was literally using that trust me, bro, as the source. And I'm like, so this is how now obviously I'm 14 years old, right? So I'm not yet super fucking smart or rational about life. But in my mind, this made sense at the time. Now, looking back at it, I feel stupid. But, you know, this was my whole shtick. I questioned literally fucking everything. So I point to the table. I'm like, okay, do you agree with me that this table is not a circle? She's like, yes. I said, okay, so how the fuck do you have a bunch of circles making a flat surface? That doesn't make sense. It wouldn't be flat. It would be full of fucking dips as you have a bunch of circles squished together. It would make more sense for something that is flat to be made out of surfaces that had flat surfaces on top of them. So clearly bullshit. And she's like, she literally told me to get out of her class. And I just got up and I was like, yeah, fuck natural sciences, bro. You guys are just making crap up and you just want us to believe this shit, even though you have no evidence for it. You believe that a molecule is a fucking circle, even though you can't even see this thing. So fuck you. It wouldn't be until 2 years later that I finally had a teacher that sort of sat me down and explained the science. I knew before then already that, you know, molecules were indeed circles and all that shit. But he actually sat all of us down. So it wasn't a one-on-one thing. But this guy actually had the ability to explain the scientific method, explain the method of observation. So even if we can't see something, we can observe the reaction that this thing goes through when we introduce certain things. And that observation tells us a lot about the characteristics of the thing that we're observing. Like, for example, light, and how Einstein discovered how light operates both as a wave and as a... What's the English word for it? Fuck. It's both a wave and a particle. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. I was very, very fucking, I was hunting for that word. So, you know, because observing it changes it, but that change makes it interesting. So, yeah, I had a good teacher at least that sort of, and as soon as he explained it, all of it started making sense to me. I was like, oh, all right, that's cool. Okay, I'm sort of understanding now where we're going with this shit. Whereas, dude, I know we're jumping around a lot here because I'm basically just saying whatever the fuck comes to my head, or comes into my head. But one of the biggest reasons, I think, for people getting stupider and stupider every single fucking year, and I don't know how, like, more stupid every single year, I think is bad teachers, bro. Like, we have so many fucking horrible teachers these days. Because you have teachers' unions that make it impossible to fire teachers. Even in South Africa. So in South Africa, my brother, I asked him, listen here, so how do you evaluate teachers? How does the state evaluate whether a teacher is doing their job or not? My brother said it wouldn't matter. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, you can't fire a teacher. Once you have that job, you have that job for life. I'm like, but what about bad teachers? And he's saying, what about them? And that is, dude, what the fuck? It is arguably one of the most important positions in society. And I don't mean that as a sort of blown up, overblown sort of thing. It is, in my mind, the most important position in society because you are quite literally dealing with the future of mankind. And you can't fire a bad teacher. Unpaid shit. So the people that would make good teachers take different jobs. Best of Walrus, I would say yes and no. I would say yes and no, because there's actually a lot of teachers that do get paid quite well. But even then, until, like, I wouldn't argue that teachers should be paid more until we can figure out what to do with bad teachers. Because fuck that. Like, until we can figure out how to get rid of bad teachers, I would say, fuck it. They can get paid as shit as they want, because I would argue probably 50% of all teachers deserve to be fired tomorrow, just based on my own experiences at school. The amount of teachers that I had at school that were crap at their job, like, I mean fucking super crap at their job. They explained nothing. They themselves barely fucking understood the subject that they were teaching. In fact, we had one teacher that one year was the teacher of economics. The next year was the teacher of natural sciences. And the year after that became the teacher of fucking bookkeeping. I was like, okay, wait a second. What the fuck is going on? Like, what exactly are you a specialist of? If you're going to teach 3 subjects that have little to do with one another, what are you a specialist of? Just picking up a book? And she was fucking miserable, by the way. As a teacher, she was absolutely miserable. And looking back at it now, I would say one of my favorite teachers of all time also happens to be one of the worst teachers I've ever had in my life. It was my Afrikaans teacher. Dude, the guy didn't give a fuck. I was in matric, which is the final year of school. This is our final school year. You want to know how we spent every day in that class? Him reading from a book. The prescribed reading that we were supposed to do. Like, we got books at the beginning of the year that we had to read. Yeah. Every day. Because your main languages you have every single day. He would just read the books to us. That was his idea of teaching. Now, I mean, at the time, it was fucking brilliant because I had already finished reading the books by like the second quarter. I finished all of the prescribed books. So usually in his class, I'd be like, so can I go smoke? And he'd give me his key to his apartment because his apartment was literally at the hostels next to school. So me and my friend would walk over to his apartment for an hour, just sit there, like fucking smoke and hang out because we already read the books. But I mean, that to me is a pretty fucking bad teacher, right? Teaching the next generation of young people how to speak their main language. But not really. So yeah. That route, teachers should be abolished and we should go back to master craftsmen and apprentices. So demonic dark, I actually believe that is... So one of the things that and I realize we're getting into a very touchy subject here. One of the reasons I do not agree with the forgiving of student debt, and there's a number of reasons why I don't agree with it, but the main reason I don't agree with the whole forgiving of student debt is it treats a symptom and not the disease. The disease is still there, and it's literally just going to make the disease worse. The disease is universities that is charging way too much for services that should cost nowhere near as much. You don't need to bankrupt people in order to teach them. But one of the reasons they get to charge as much as they have is because we've literally turned every job imaginable into a fucking degree. Even jobs that I would argue doesn't need to be. So take a bookkeeper, for example. Just take a normal fucking... It's not free. Old Boulder, it's not free. I get fucking triggered when people say that. As if taxes doesn't exist. Nothing that the state offers is ever free. It is paid for by taxpayers. The only people that receive anything in any country for free are people that freeload and do not work. They get shit for free because they don't put anything back into the system. But they get shit for free because there's other people that work their fucking assholes off just so that they can pay for it. Like the people who left school, got a job, immediately started working, that is now paying taxes so that other people that went to college and party can get free education. Which is incredibly unfair to me, and that's another reason why I do not agree with it. But the main thing is, take a bookkeeper, for example. Why can a bookkeeper not just be trained by working for a bookkeeper and learning how to keep books? Why do you need to go to university for that shit? If you know how to keep books, right, and you can pass the exam for, the chartered exams, you should just be a chartered accountant. You know how to do it. You passed the fucking exam whilst you were working. You studied. You learned how to do that shit. You passed it. Congratulations, you're a chartered fucking accountant now. You don't need to go study for that crap. Why? It makes no fucking sense. I can see when we get to like incredibly tedious theoretical work and stuff that is highly theoretical, maybe sure. But for almost, I would say for 90% of jobs out there, you can do in-house training that would be a hell of a lot better than whatever the fuck universities are charging these days. One factor of them getting a job right away is high education costs that many cannot afford. Not that you need college for many jobs. Well, I didn't get that benefit argument is garbage. Not saying you are using it, but many do. At some point, we have to just fix shit, and so it's better for people in the future. It's not about I didn't get that benefit. It's about you're literally stealing money from people who never went to college. They got a job immediately out of high school. You're stealing their money so that you can pay for other privileged fucks who probably wasted a lot of money at college. That to me is kind of disgusting. And I don't care how you try to fucking justify it. You're literally taking money from people that work their fucking asses off, who didn't go to college. They weren't privileged enough to do so that you can give the privileged fucks a leg up in this world. because most of them went to go study feminist dance theory. So they fucking surprised that they don't get a job, but they have thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars of college debt. It's like, no, fuck you. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. You're a grown-up. You should have looked at your loan and said, wait a second, what the fuck? You're charging me this much plus 6% interest? Jesus. As a grown-up, I think that's a little bit fucking retarded. I'm not paying that. But no, you fucking signed the loan happily, made the debt, and now that you have to repay the debt, you're like, oh, I was a child. I didn't understand. No, you did understand. You were 18. When I was 18 years old, I understood not to take a fucking bank loan for something that I couldn't afford to pay back. Most businesses expect to basically train you from scratch when you just come out of uni. In the US, there are a lot of loans are basically a scam that wasn't easy to see and they don't understand it. The gray, in those cases, the bank should carry those loans. The government shouldn't pay it. The banks should carry those loans. So if it's found that the banks gave out loans that were fraudulent and didn't explain exactly how much you're going to be paying back and exactly how much you're going to be owed, how much you're going to owe, then the banks should be held liable for that money. Not the people, the banks, because this entire problem is created by the government and the banks being in bed together, where the banks know that they can charge the students as much money as they fucking want for college tuition. The universities realize, hey, we can make bank, bro, because whether it's 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, the banks are going to make those loans. The banks don't mind making those loans because they know if the student can't pay the loan, the government will pay the loan. Because the government backed it. The government backed all student loans. So prices just keep going up and people are drowning in debt. So Biden comes out and he says, oh, we're forgiving $10,000 or maybe $20,000 of your debt. Dude, you created this debt. You created it. This isn't solving shit. All this is saying to the universities, hey, jack up those prices. Because it doesn't matter how high the prices are, the government will bail it out. Like, the government's going to pay if the students can't. It's not a solution. You've not solved shit. You've just created more problems further down the road. But most people went to college and are too fucking stupid to realize it. I didn't even, I went to college to study drama. And I can understand this shit. I don't understand how there's people that studied actual degrees. Like, I am the perfect example of someone that should never have gone to college. I studied drama and I basically got drunk for 4 years. Now, the difference is, in South Africa, most parents end up paying for your education. So even with loans and stuff, your parents end up getting the loan on your behalf. They pay the interest and also mostly pay the loan. I don't know many kids in South Africa that take out their own loans and pay it back. I didn't. My dad has money, so he just paid for my college. But yeah, I fucking wasted it, 100%. I wasted my dad's money in college because I was partying, bro. I was having the time of my fucking life. Wasted years, but it is what it is. At least I still understand it. Exactly correct. They're not fixing anything. They're making it worse by paying off the student debt. It's not the paying off of the student debt. I agree that student debt, most of it, not all of it, but most of it should actually be forgiven. But not forgiven in terms of the government pays it. The banks should be held accountable for the fraudulent and fucked up loans that they made. And the universities should be held accountable for the atrocious pricing of tuition, right? Because it is atrocious. It's a fucking scam. If you ask anyone with half a brain, they know that it's a fucking scam, right? That's what should happen. Not that the government should pay this debt, because that's what's making it worse. It's that the government is stepping in and saying, oh, we'll pay the banks on your behalf. It's like, no. These banks and these universities are in bed together, jacking the fucking price, and you bailing them out is just gonna make it fucking worse. Because they're gonna keep charging because they know that you'll have to bail them out again. That's the problem. Tuck Butford, I would say America is already in enough debt. And maybe taking out more debt isn't necessarily the answer. VTX, I don't have a problem with universities charging money to students who want to go study. The problem is that every single fucking Western economy have somehow decided that every single job doable by man requires some kind of degree, whether it does or doesn't. Nurses. A nurse can get all her training on the job with some kind of test at the end of 4 years that she has to pass to prove that she has the knowledge and that she's accrued the knowledge over the course of her time at hospital. But she can immediately start her work. She doesn't have to first go to college in order to become a fucking nurse. Teachers, I would argue, the same. You can get in-house training that would probably be on par, if not better, than the training that you get at a university. There are too many university degrees. Most of them means absolutely jack shit. But all of this turns studying into a business, which it was never supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a business. It's supposed to be a place of higher learning. And it should literally only belong to people who want to be in the theoretical sphere. So if you want to become a physicist because you want to do research about the origins of the universe, you should go to university because that's what universities are supposed to do. But if you want to become a worker, someone who has a degree and you have a job, you should go into the workplace and learn on the fucking job. At least where and if applicable. I don't know if it's always going to be applicable everywhere, but I think it should, for the most part, count. Alright, Growfall, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, bro. Weighing them down with interest. Do we really think that the future of... do you really think the future is students? When it comes understood, degrees are useless and it's possible to get a great job without one. I'm Jan, that's true. It's one of the few places where you can still get a good job even if you don't have a degree in it. I said kids, teachers, not students. I should probably explain. In South Africa, a student isn't a kid. Student is 18 years going to university. Kids is a different story. From the age of 6 to the age of 18, you're a kid. You're important. Yeah, you are the future. Modern day kids that come out of universities are the problem, not the solution. If I look at every single fucking problem in this world, they're created by university students. I would argue that they're not the solution. They are the fucking problem. Because universities have become places that basically just train activists. That's it. They're schools where activists get activated. Shadow Scalig, that is actually a little disgusting. I saw that change yesterday during the podcast with Rurikon. And it was... I don't know what YouTube is thinking. 5 ads? 5 ads before the video even starts seems a little strange to me. And also, it's gonna end up fucking over content creators. It's not... It's legit. Dude. So I tell everyone to get ad blocker. I do. Because I believe that ad blocker is something that you can't fucking do without. But getting ad blocker hurts me. It hurts content creators. Not on Twitch. Fuck Twitch. Ads make barely any money. So don't even worry about that. On YouTube. On YouTube, ads screw you. Or ad blocker, rather, screw you. Because that is literally how you make your money. And YouTube actually pays good money for ads. The problem with YouTube's new change, 5 ads, or the thing that they're trying to push 5 ads at the beginning of every single video, It's bonkers. How many people are going to be okay with watching 5 fucking ads at the beginning of a video? I wouldn't. Even if I didn't have YouTube, like if I didn't have YouTube Premium and I didn't know about ad blockers, I would learn about ad blockers really fast if YouTube started pushing 5 fucking ads at the beginning of every single video. It's just not, it makes no sense. YouTube is doing all of these things that are so good in the streaming space, and they seem to be really catching up with Twitch, and they want to give Twitch a run for their money. And then they go and they borrow something from Twitch, which is to destroy the user experience. No one likes ads. More ads is not the answer. And I can tell you how YouTube is going to phrase this, and that's, I think, why it annoys me. YouTube is going to phrase this as trying to help their creators. Because more ads, more better for creators. More ads, not more better if fewer people watch the more ads that you're showing on the channels. And it seems like neither YouTube or Twitch seems to understand this. Neither of them seems to understand that the user experience is still intimately important for the overall success. Administration, archaic. A fucking ticketing system would be more efficient. That was me off. 5 means I will stop watching shit. Well, what 5 is going to do, ultimately, I think, 5 ads is going to lead to the same phenomena that we see on Twitch. On Twitch, because they have sometimes up to 3 minutes of ads before you can watch a streamer, most people click off. Most people don't watch new streamers, especially when they get served ads, because why would I? I don't know if you're good. I don't know you. Why would I watch your content? It's going to be exactly the same thing on YouTube, because if someone comes in and they say, oh my god, fucking 1 out of 5 ads before I can watch this video, no thanks. I'll just not watch the video, because why would I? And that really is just, it annoys me. Because I'm not entirely outside of YouTube, obviously making a lot more money because they're going to get a lot more. Well, actually, I don't even know if YouTube will make more money. Because, again, if the creator isn't going to make more money, then YouTube isn't going to make more money. Because if yes, you're showing 5 ads, but fewer people are now watching those ads. Unless, of course, they know that it doesn't matter. There are people that is stupid enough to basically just fucking watch all the ads. Maybe there are people that just, they don't question it. Like 5 ads come up and they're like, cool boy, what am I buying today? I don't know, maybe that is something. They will choke their own platform for the short-term gain, just like Twitch is doing, pure stupid. What am I? An off-tank? Why do I have to take on 5 hands? Jesus. This is some gentle fucking comedy. Do you actually make similar money from people with premium and people who watch ads? Jam, I don't think it's similar now. It's definitely less. So you can make quite a decent chunk of cash from ads. You know, 1,000 views will get you anywhere from $5 to say $10. And if you're one of the top creators, you can make well over $10 per 1,000 views. Like well over $10 per 1,000 views. I don't think you get anywhere near that with premium. I don't even know if it's known how much you get per 1,000 views for premium. I have no idea. I've never seen that in my analytics. Like, I can see how much of my money per month comes from YouTube Premium, but I don't know. It doesn't show anything else. Then again, and now I have a sudden urge to get moisturizing to my wife because this bird in the ad were really rubbing them on. Videos, what the fuck are you talking about? Damn, thought I was contributing to people as much with premium as with ads. Iron Jam, I don't mind premium, and there's a reason for it. What you lose in terms of pure numbers, you make up for the fact that every time someone watches your video with premium, you get paid. Especially if they watch the whole video. Whereas with ads, I only get paid if you watch the ad. It's not enough for you to, like, click away. See 5 seconds of the ad and click away. I don't get paid then. I get paid if you watch the ad. And if you don't get served an ad, I don't get paid at all. Because not everyone gets served every single ad either. So with premium, it's sort of guaranteed. So much money then. I watched everything to the end with premium. I love you then, Carmasian. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh, that was on the ad, on the start of the stream. Are you fucking real? Like, are you for real now? No, I don't mind. Honestly, I don't mind. As long as people enjoy the content, I don't give a fuck. I just want you guys to like what I make. And if that helps you escape a little and it gives you some kind of, you know, some kind of information surcharge or just like speculation moments that you can really enjoy, then I'm fucking happy. I don't really give a fuck about anything else. Just start your own your OnlyFans. Czar, I will never have an OnlyFans. There would be no point to that. Not for me. I'm not hot enough to have an OnlyFans. Just dude, everything that I would be able to do on OnlyFans, I do on Patreon already. So you can just fucking follow me there. It's good second stream content, bro. Necro, I appreciate that. Old Boulder, I wish I could make the stream so that everyone could join all of the streams. It would be fucking amazing. The problem is that, yeah, especially now that I go to the gym at 5 o'clock in the morning, it would not be possible. Like, if I had to stream at night so that, you know, it would be on time for Americans, but also a good time for Europeans and all the rest of it, I would not be able to do it. Figure out how to make sexy content as a dude. Yeah, but... Okay, so I have a lot of people on my Patreon that I'm not sure would be okay with Rule 34-esque kind of content on the Patreon. You'll never sleep again, then you can stream all the time. Then we only need a psyker to power the house when the load shedding is happening. Would you if you could? Like, if they came out with a modification that allowed you to never have to sleep again, would you actually undergo that? Or do you like sleep too much? Grofal, I will say this about Patreon. The one thing I hate about Patreon is just how incredibly fucking limited it is in what you can do. Need sleep? I would. Also really been enjoying your podcast with Rurikon. Necro, I'm really happy to hear that. I love the fucking podcast. It is so much fun to do. I would not modify myself. I like sleep. Sleep is fun. If only for the fact that you get to lie in bed and read before you go to bed. Like, that feeling, I will say this. When you've been reading for like an hour and you're fucking good and tired. That feeling of putting the book down and just closing your eyes, it is the greatest feeling in the world. If I would never have to sleep again, I would love to undergo an experiment because then I have so much time to do other things. No, but I mean, you get to do enough things, I think, when you're awake. Your suggestion, can you please replace that curtain with like a banner of the Horde or the Imperium of Man or something? That's me complaining. But you think what's wrong with the fucking curtain? books put you to sleep in 2 seconds. No, dude. Oh my God. So I actually fucked my sleep schedules. I was so close to fucking my sleep schedule 2 nights ago. No, 3 nights ago. I was busy finishing up 1984. And I got to the, like, I don't want to spoil things because I don't know how many of you have read 1984 or how many of you want to read 1984. But I was busy finishing it up, right? I had like maybe 70, let's say 65 to 70% left of the book. And it got to a crucial point in the book with Winston. Stuff happened to Winston. I finished the entire book, and then I looked at my phone because I thought, okay, fuck, I'm really tired. I'm going to go sleep now. And it was already like 1:30 in the morning. I had lain there for almost 4 hours and something just fucking reading. It is so good. You get lost in books so quickly. So fucking quickly. 1, 2. I'll watch the movie if that ever gets made. Crowfile, I will say, if there's like the next book I'm reading, like real life book or real world-esque kind of book, even though it's still fiction, you know, I don't classify it the same as like the Warhammer books and stuff. But the next one I want to read is A Brave New World. 29, spoilers aren't a problem anymore. We are living it. Read EU, but a lot of people haven't read it yet, so it would still be spoilers for them, right? Do you listen to audiobooks? No, Mr. Murray, I don't like audiobooks. I like reading. 130 was 240, 230, 1984 joke. I read some StarCraft books though. I've never actually read a StarCraft book. But yes, no, that's on my list. The Lord of the Rings is on my list. I never actually read The Lord of the Rings. I've always wanted to, and I just never actually got the time. And I just sort of thought, no, fuck it. You know, I have to read that book. Can react to a massive queue for the Queen's coffin echo. It's literally the epitome of Britishness. Wait, Abaddon, what? I don't know if I can, because it's almost definitely fucking copyrighted. Because there's going to be some news article or some shit, right? Which is guaranteed copyright. Yeah, everyone is lining up. Would you line up for 30 hours to see the Queen's coffin, though? Like, do you guys, would you actually? I don't care who I fucking love or how much, like, I don't think there's a single person that I like enough in this world that I would actually queue up for that long. Not a single person in this world. I'm trying to think of anyone that I care about, actually. No, that is too long. Dude, I get triggered just lining up for like 5 minutes. Like, if I'm in a queue for more than like a minute, I get triggered. I'm like, oh, for the love of fuck, can we not get more people open? I get triggered, especially when I go to supermarkets. I would for the Emperor, only to spit on his corpse. Growfile, the Emperor would fuck you. What is this? Live tracker for Queens lying in state at Palace of Westminster. The queue is at capacity and entry is currently paused. Please do not attempt to join until it resumes. Bro, is this the queue? Bro, what the fuck? You fucking hate your life if you're this fuck. right? If you're literally right there, you hate your life. That's where I go home. Like, if I open this website and I see that I'm here, I go home. I'm like, fucking, I'll watch it live. The new Bricky video yet? No, I haven't watched the new Bricky video. I have one thing and one thing only to say: the Titans are not the fucking first ones. I appreciate that, Mayor Reynolds. How you doing, brother? Yeah, I couldn't do this. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but fuck me. Even just walking this distance would be too much for me. I'd be like, if you told me, bro, you start here and you just have to walk, no queue, you just have to walk to here, I'd be like, fuck that. I'm not doing it. I don't want to walk this far. Because 5 miles is pretty far. It's like, that's like one hell of a fucking walk. I would say that's borderline let's drive. Actually, I would say that's borderline let's fucking fly. But I would not walk 5 miles. There's no fucking chance in hell that I would walk 5 miles. It'd take too long. Screw that shit. Might be 10 miles now. If this is 10 miles, there's no chance in hell that I'm doing that. Andy, how you doing, bro? That works. Use their belief to keep the Emperor alive. London is a big city. London is actually, yeah, it's deceptive, actually. Like, London's size is incredibly deceptive, because you think of England and you think of like when you're in London, you actually get this idea that, oh, it's not that big. And then you actually, like, you see it. Like, we went on the Eye of London when I was there. And when you see London from the top, you're like, oh, never mind. This place is fucking huge. Yeah, we used the metric system. So 10 miles in South Africa wouldn't be a thing. I don't quite know. Like, a mile is 1.6 kilometers, right? I think so. Is it 1.6? 1.6 something. But yeah, 16 kilometers. That's like borderline let's fly. Could be plans for 10 miles at the weekend because they will expect more people, I guess. So the people that's in this line right now, I'm assuming that it's plebs, right? It's the plebeians, the peasants that's in the line, correct? It's not like dignitaries and stuff. My president isn't like somewhere in this fucking line, right? The president's got like first come, or they could go and then the plebs go after. Yeah, so the politicians got to skip the queue. I know my president is going to America. I think he's already there. And then he's going to the UK to go say goodbye to the Queen. My president is going to America in order to prove to America that South Africa is completely neutral on the Russian issue. Bro, you can't make this shit up. At the same time, both Russia and China is now setting up to make their own global reserve currency to replace America as the reserve currency of the world. And my country, being one of the BRICS nations, also part of wanting their own reserve currency that isn't the dollar, is going to America to prove that, oh, no, we're neutral. We don't take sides in this conflict whatsoever. It's like, bro, like, you guys are actively working against the US. And now you're going, nah, but look at us. We're neutral. I don't understand this. Like, why don't you just, like, at least stand for something, you know? Like, if you're gonna be with Russia because fuck the US, then be with Russia and fuck the US. You know, Even if it's a bad hill to die on, at least find your fucking hill. But my country doesn't do that. They have a bad hill, but they're not prepared to die on the hill, but it's their hill. So they'll try and prove to anyone that it's not their hill, even though it is their fucking hill. Certain someone, start the Dark Imperium. Oh, yeah. Fucking loving it, bro. Speak aside and stand with it. Yeah, my government doesn't do that. Fucking us with the silver tongue thingo. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna take it, because I know America is sort of annoyed at my country for pretending to be neutral, or at least for being neutral. I know America have sort of had stern words for my country because they won't take sides in the Russian conflict. Can you read us a page, or is that copyright shit? It would most likely, with Games Workshop, I wouldn't take the chance of reading an entire page, Grofile. Because it might just be copyright according to them. Let's trust and said, fuck this shit, I'm out. You got Jacqueline on stream. Gaming Card, how you doing, brother? I don't know. Is Liz Truss really that bad? I don't know shit about her. I love him. Clamoring. It just proved to me again why the Ultramarines are the coolest faction. 3-mile extension they put on at the end. Dude, that is so much people though. Fuck me, man. Like, this shit's ridiculous, bro. This shit is just ridiculous. I don't know why people would do this. Like, I've seen the pictures. Oh, this is cool. Look at that, guys. I guess we were just there. What the? Dude, can you please just take a look at that? Like, you see the blue zigzag there? Jesus. It's like, okay, look, guys, we can't we can't keep them in one line. Like, the roads aren't long enough. So how about we just have like a massive zigzag line, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for miles on end. First thing she did was to kick out Russian ambassador, so a good start. People hate Ultramarines because of their massive plot armor and because Games Workshop always uses them for all the promotional material. The only thing you need to know about Truss is during the worst cost of living crisis, she signed off her speech saying she would work to ensure a Tory victory in 2024. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. It's all about winning, bro. It really is time-gated, because if you're at the back of that queue, there is a good chance you're never seeing the Queen. Like, that would be miserable. Can you imagine? Imagine you stand right at the back there, right? So you're right at the fucking back. And you get to the middle bit there. And then a guard comes by and he's like, oh, by the way, we're burying the Queen now. So, go home. Like, dude, I just wasted days of my life standing in a fucking queue to nowhere. My cousin tried an ostrich burger the other day. Bland as hell. Dude, I've never even had ostrich meat in South Africa. You can buy it everywhere, but I've never had I've never seen any reason to it. Why would you have ostrich when you can just have cow? It's better in every way. Yeah, I wouldn't. Also, and this is also probably just a little, like, my problem, but I wouldn't have ostrich for the same reason that I wouldn't have duck. The image in my head is that it's dirty. Even though it obviously isn't. But in my head, like pigeon also, I will never have pigeon. Never. Because my head tells me that it's not for eating. Just, I don't know why. My head just tells me, no, this is not for eating. Pigeon is like flying rat? Yeah, but there's people that fucking eat pigeon, you know? And they apparently like it. You presume with ducks or majestic animals? You don't like it dirty? Not that kind of dirty. We're not talking about sex here, bro. We're talking about fucking food. Eat duck all the time. NGT, I know that it's an Asian delicacy. I'm not Asian, though. So, I've never had duck, and I have no intention of ever eating it. Even though you can get it here. Most of the, like, Chinese restaurants here sell duck. I've never been able to bring myself to eating it. I've only had turkey once in my life as well. Mainly because I wanted to try it. And it's good, but I don't think I'll make it again. That's a shit ton of work. It's the most work I've ever done in my fucking life. Someone brought you a plate of food and it just looks like a bird. Are you the kind of person that has to know what kind of bird? Or will you just eat it if it... No. You're going to have to tell me what kind of... Like, it doesn't even have to look like a bird. Any food. I would have to know what kind of food is it. Because there are things that just, in my head, they seem disgusting, and so I can't eat it. Even if it's not necessarily disgusting, it might just be normal. So, a great example of this is goat. Everyone that I've ever spoken to says that goat tastes exactly like sheep. It's literally a lamb. It is sheep. It tastes exactly the same. Which would make sense because they're basically part of the same family. I will never be able to eat goat. Because in my head, I have this image of just a dirty animal. I can't eat it. Sort of man, how you doing, bro? I have a reminder for you. You are adorable. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. How you doing, brother? I know they're not, but it's an image thing. It's not something that I can help. It's just... Yeah, it's just the thing that's in my fucking head. Duck, geese, and chickens are all farmyard birds. So I think you guys should understand something here. It's not a rational thing. It's not rational. It's not like... It's not empirical. It's not based on any fact. It's based on an intuition that I have. Like, just... When I think of it, it kind of disgusts me. Another example of this would be short rib. Okay, I love short rib. Okay, love it. But only in certain ways. So the other day I'm making short rib and I decide to braise it, which normally great, but I was in a bit of a hurry, so I braised it and I didn't actually sort of grill it afterwards to get the fat to really render down nicely and to get a little bit crispy. It was just basically the fat, you know, and fat, when you braise fat, it sort of gets gelatinous, if that makes sense. It gets like weird. I took one bite and the mouth feel of the fat put me off. Like, I couldn't keep eating. I wasted a massive chunk of fucking short rib because I just couldn't eat it anymore. I was just like, no, never fucking mind. I'm not putting that shit into my mouth anymore. They're trying to close the queue. People told them to fuck off. Jesus. Don't worry, Akalon. We won't torture you by force feeding you peking duck. Why is it called peking duck, though? Is that what it's actually called, or is there a reason they call it? Like, is it a cooking thing, Peking duck? Why is it called Peking duck? 300 grams of entrecote steak. What the hell is entrecote? What? Tom, like you know, chicken? because it's peeking out of the wrap. It's the method of baking. Peking is another name for Beijing, I think. And it's a cooking method. It's a breed of duck and a cooking method. We'll talk about a fucking double meaning. Also, chat, I'm not sure how many of you are trolling me at this point. It's French for ribeye steak. So you couldn't just say ribeye steak, did you? You had to use whatever the fuck that word was. Glam? You mean this? I already have it, brother. I already have it. I need to get the third one because apparently there's 3. I'm already working on it. I just need to get the third one and then I'll have all of them. Plus, I have the first 3 books from the Horus Rising stuff or the Horus Heresy stuff. Here we go. Peking duck breed. The Peking or white Pekin is an American breed of domestic duck raised primarily for meat. It derives from birds brought to the United States from China in the 19th century and is now bred in many parts of the world. My dad has ducks like this. Milk is a way to pull guys at the beach, he confirmed earlier. Dude, never fucking confirmed that, Abaddon. You're the only one that somehow wants to turn a very wholesome and really family-friendly moment between 2 bros at the beach. Not midnight in the park, at the beach. Daylight. 2 bros just having a bit of a bromance for 2 seconds into a wild, roaring, steaming homosexual fantasy. There was no homosexual fantasy there. Nothing homosexual even transpired. It's just you that wants it to be that. I know you copped it. I'm just talking about the quality of the books. I haven't read Godblight yet. Bromosexual. Exactly, NGT. I got picked for the romance. No, the dude just thought, like, he just walked past and he was denoting the fact that I was reading a Warhammer book. And he was like, oh my god, that's so good, dude. And then he left. It was like a moment. And we were like, oh, cool. Nice. Not at dawn in the morning. Wait, can you have dawn in the morning? Or is dawn just in the evening? Because technically, like, I mean, it's called sunrise, but you could probably say dawn. Dawn would still be fine. Just turned in. The first thing I heard was homosexual, but then an ad played. Oh, Aaron, we're just talking about homosexual lovemaking. Abaddon is really interested in it, and he wants to try it out, and he's not sure. He's not sure how to go about it. So I was just giving him some pointers. Yeah, Abaddon wants to worship Slanesh for a while. Walks past Bearded Man reading Warhammer. So should I pick you up at 8? Dude, I would not say yes to that. That would be a very... If it was a hot girl, different fucking story. And there were a couple of hot girls there at the beach, bro. Like this morning, fuck. There was one girl. I almost burst into tears when I saw the wedding ring. Genuinely, almost fucking broke down in tears when I saw the wedding ring. I was like, fuck me, bro. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. Their love of Gilliman sparked the connection. Jesus. So chat's now writing the fucking chapter, right? How's it going with the Turkish saleswoman? No, I haven't spoken to her ever since that first fucking meeting. I think she got cross because I wouldn't run the ads on the channel. So I haven't spoken to her again. What you do is walk up to her and say, so how are you gonna let him down? No, dude, don't even fucking... I don't fuck with married women. Like, that's one rule I have that I won't fucking step over. But there's a girl at the gym also. This is one of those girls where, you know, as a grown man, you do want to break down and cry whenever you see her. She's got like the perfect ass, bro. Perfect legs. She's just fucking gorgeous. And my brother went up to her and he asked her out, right? He was like, hey, you know, so would you like for coffee? And she looked at him and she's like, yeah, I would love to, but you should know I am married. I remember my brother told me, I was just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, this girl is just like, yeah, sure, I'll cheat on my husband, you know, just as long as you know that we will be cheating. Cool. And believe me, I've seen her speaking to a lot of guys at the gym, like quite a few guys approach her at the gym, and she's friendly with all of them. The correct response is, well, he can't come. Talk about a mood kill. Flunderoinkies, if a guy asks you out for coffee at the gym, like literally walk up to you and say, hey, you're really cute, can I take you out for coffee? There's no friend thing there. Like, at that point, you don't say, yeah, sure, and you think, oh my god, such a nice guy, we're gonna make such cute friends. No, it's well established what's going on there. If you say yes, you are agreeing to whatever the fuck is about to happen. It is at least a date, right? And if you're married, unless you're in an open relationship, which is a whole different story, but if you're married, the correct response there, no matter what, is no. That's right, depends on how. Married, but available. Yeah, I mean, if you're in an open relationship, sure. I mean, I don't judge that. If that works for you, go for it. But I don't think she is. I don't think she is in an open relationship. I think she is in an open relationship. Her husband just doesn't know yet. Which I have no time for. Like, you should not be cheating. Cheating is such a fucking horrible thing. Look at the Ernie, I guess, Wizards of the Coast lawsuit I posted about. I couldn't believe it when I first discovered it. I felt like I was held down and brain blasted by the dumb. I have no idea, Arian. What's that? BC, yes. I'm busy reading Dark Imperium. I could never do open relationship. Never. It would fucking drive me mental, dude. I think I'm a little too jealous for that shit. Did you see the 40k MTG cards? No? I didn't even know you had trading cards in the 40k universe. The Horus Heresy book. How many of them have you finished, BC? Because there's like, what, 60, I think you guys said? There's like a fuck ton of them. Oh, shit. NGT, what did you do? What did you do? What did you link? Reports of people making friends and relationships in the queue. Am I enjoying it? Basically, the grandchild of the parent company that made D&D went far right and stole one of the Wizards' trademarked settings to spew radical right Nazi propaganda. Hasbro is extremely pissed. Jesus. So they're suing. That is, but dude, hey, look, more power to you, know? You want to spew far-right Nazi bullshit? I'm not going to stand anywhere. It's a free world. You can be a fucking moron if you want to be. But at least make your own shit, you know? Like, create your own universe, like, super racist fucking universe, and, you know, have all the different races oppress one another and crap like that, and let everyone just, you know, live their fucking life. It makes no fucking sense to me that you would steal another universe just to push your crap. What is this, Abaddon? Arian, what the hell was that? I'm extremely gay and extremely tired. Like, what does the gay thing have to do with anything? David Beckham is in the queue? Oh. Abaddon, why the fuck would you think I would see that? Wait, who's David Beckham? I don't mean who he is. I know who he is. Is it that? Oh, it's the guy with the hat. Is that actually David Beckham, though? Yeah, I know who David Beckham is. He wouldn't stand in a fucking queue. Would he, though? He's, like, famous and shit. He could probably skip the queue, too. Brits don't skip a queue? Dude, everyone skips a queue. Don't fucking lie. Everyone. No one likes queues. That's just fucking anti-imperialist propaganda. No one likes a queue. I know this because queues are fucking mind-numbingly boring. Do you guys think I have beta? Do you think I have beta or do I not have beta? Let's see. Everyone gets angry at cube jumpers. I mean, that's not unique. Still doesn't mean that people like queue jumpers. You think so, BC? Maybe I've been a good boy for long enough, and Blizzard's like, oh, you know what? We should give him beta. He's been a good boy. He's been making a lot of videos about WoW and shit. BC, I would call bullshit on that thing. Newtulus, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, why are you still talking about the Dead Queen? Is it weird I've been skulking in these streams and the Discord despite never having played WoW? Arian, no. Fuck. I don't mind. I like as many people hanging out, and I don't give a fuck if they play one game, many games, or no games. As long as they're having fun, I couldn't give two shits. I think we talk about enough random crap on this stream to basically be home to just about anyone that wants to be a part of it. So I think it's all good. Oh, I have to fucking get passwords and shit. Many work here. Is there anyone that actually logs into Battle.net with their Facebook account? Like, seems crazy to me. Shit seems crazy. What? How the fuck are you saying that? I'm pretty sure that that's right. Okay, maybe it wasn't right. Let's try this one. There we go. Wait, when's my power going off? Fucking stage 4. Are you for real? When is stage 4 starts at 10. And then we have stage 4 literally for the whole of fucking Saturday, bro. So what is my Saturday gonna look like with stage 4? Oh, fuck me. With my power going off, would have been a great time for the stream to just cut out. Just funny. No, this weekend is just gonna blow dick. So it's a little bit annoying. Yeah, the times grow file this weekend for my power to be off is like seriously crap. Bro, stop fucking... What the hell? Okay. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I have no fucking beta access. Fucking Satch, man. What about on my EU account? Nope, no beta access. Sag. A really good sort of prequel to Dark Imperium. I'd look up an e-short called Armor of Fate. It's immediately post Gilliman's resurrection and shows him with another major character in 40k. Oh, I could probably read that. Nautilus, I would not get beta. Like, Blizzard fucking hates me. There's almost a 0 chance that I would get beta. Shady Moose, how you doing? I haven't played Final Fantasy in quite a while, but I've not quit Final Fantasy. I've just not been... Like, I've been busy with other things, and I've had other games that I wanted to play instead. So I'll probably go back to Final Fantasy, but I don't want to give you, like, a specific date and say, like, okay, I'm going to be back to Final Fantasy on this date. This is when I'm going back. Because I don't know. It all depends. I'm going through so many fucking emotions when it comes to playing video games at the moment. It's kind of strange. Because I've been having this real fucking itch in me to play League of Legends. But then every single time we start the stream, my mind just goes, not today. I don't want to play fucking League of Legends today. But at some point, I'm going to have to fucking play League of Legends. Because I really want to play League again. I want to rage a bit. I'm in the mood to rage a bit, you know? If you want to play with me, EU West. I play on EU West. Sorry, but that is the one that I'm not going to NA for. Like, if you're not on EU West, you're on the wrong fucking server as far as I'm concerned. EU West is the best. It's no more toxic than WoW. Dude, League of Legends is the poster child of toxicity. World of Warcraft is considered wholesome compared to League of Legends. For filthy degenerate Soraka mains? Yeah, why not? I don't have a main though. Raid, I'd probably start like just casual just to get back into it. Because I haven't played League in fucking years. I'll show you when's the last time I played League. Just so you can fucking see. NGT, we've already been on Reddit. We've already reacted to like a bunch of videos today. Remember, I'm live from very early in the morning. We've already been live today for probably... When did we go live? We went live at like 11 o'clock this morning. And it's 6:30 right now. So we're probably live for almost 7 hours now. So... Do you see my emblem? I bought that emblem in the final year that I played League of Legends. That was in 2015. I bought the Gambit emblem. So it's been years since I've last played League of Legends. Fucking years. You can probably see it from the champions as well. The champions that I own. So, all of the newest champions I do not own. As you can see here. I own, like, most of the champions. But, like, the newer ones I don't own. Months and I think I'm fucked. Yeah, last time I played, it was like super tanky top lane meta. I don't even know what the meta is these days. I know what the professional meta is, but I don't know what the meta is for like just normal play, because that changes depending. I don't know what champion I'm gonna play. I remember jungling with Nasus back in the day. That was super fun, dude. Jungling with Nasus. Everyone is using programs like Blitz, etc. to counter people. It's nasty now. What the hell is Blitz? The thing that I'm definitely going to need help with is runes. Because the runes have changed so much. So fucking much since the last time I played. I don't understand half of these runes anymore. I don't know what they do. I have no idea. Confirmed he was in the queue for 13 hours? Jesus Christ. Is Blitz a program that I need? Do I need Blitz in order to make shit work? Or do I not need Blitz? What the hell is Blitz? Blitz lol. Blitz app, your personal gaming coach. Hayes, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nah, I don't like apps. Everything you need to win, all bundled into a revolutionary desktop apps is revolutionary, fam. Have you heard? It's the first of its kind. It's revolutionary. It's gonna change Windows forever. A fucking desktop app. Can you believe that? Like, holy shit. I've never seen a desktop app in my life. What is an app? Yeah, I probably wouldn't use this. Which one do I use again? This one. So I like coming here, right, to u.gg. And this is what I do for my bot games. Because I still play bot games. I like farming. And then I do this. And then I go, all right. So which champion on the list do I want to bot farm today? And then I just pick a champion that I think, oh my god, this is going to be cool. And then I see how many minions I can get before the 10-minute mark. And that's sort of that's what I do. I can farm really well in League of Legends. That's about it. Before you pick. I wouldn't play Smite. I tried Smite once. I didn't like it. Because what makes this one cool is it shows... Although, I guess I could... Mobalytics have been around for a long-ass time. So I know what Mobalytics does. I know what Mobalytics does. Can you actually change to see what they do in bronze? Is it often different, or is it always the same? It looks like it's always the same, right? Yeah, it looks like it's literally the same thing every single time. Surely it wouldn't change, right? What's the first items here? Because bronze and iron players just do whatever the platinum players do. They're not going to fucking change it. No one that plays iron or bronze is ever going to be... I'm probably going to be iron. Abaddon, yes, I will. Definitely. I will definitely be checking that out. I don't know. You have some decent options as an ADC, Andy. Because you don't have to play an ADC. As an ADC, you could play Swain. You could play Seraphine. You could play Yasuo. There's a couple of others, actually. Like mages that you could play. Ziggs, you could probably play as ADC role. Similar to when I try and met with Yasuo, condemned to fail miserably. Dude, but Yasuo is fucking feed of famine, bro. Like, every single game that I've ever played with a Yasuo is always feed of famine. Always. I think like 2 or 3 years ago, I came back to League of Legends for 1 game. 2 games. Maybe 3. It was definitely not more than a day. And my very first game, the people complained because the top laner chose Yasuo, and within like 2 minutes, I understood why they complained. The dude got into lane, it said minions are spawning, and he died. The minions weren't even in the lane yet. And he engaged in a 1v1 against Mundo. And I was like, alright, I guess this is going to be great. I was ADC. I did not do any damage to that Mundo whatsoever. By the time that Mundo arrived in the bot lane, he was fed as fuck. Like, that Mundo came out there and he was just like, sup, bitch. I'm about to kill ya. I was like, well, I'll stutter step you to death. And he's like, yeah, fucking step all you want. I'm about to fucking kill you, and nothing you do is going to do any fucking damage to me. So that was fun. That was really fun. You play him as the role not AD, just standard AP Swain and bot. Yeah, not entirely standard, but semi-standard, I would say. So if you go Swain and something like this, right? So if you go Swain mid lane, right, you'll get a certain collection of runes. But then if you go bot lane, the runes can change, the items can sometimes change, the selections can sometimes change. If you go top lane, there can sometimes be changes there. So it depends. Some champions will have completely different runes, depending on which role you're playing them in. So it really kind of depends on, you know, the champion and also what role you're in. I've been in the game for a long time, and I played up in the high plat, low diamond range. Games were decided in the lobby or at first kill because people would go full 5-year-old. Yeah, that's the one problem with League. That's Analytics does it for you. So when you go to those lanes, it changes your runes for you, etc. Wait, it does it automatically? Dude, then I should probably fucking get Blitz. At least until I learn how this shit works. Although it seems like there's a desktop app for U.GG as well. We'll see. We'll see if I'm in the mood for some League of Legends. Tomorrow I have to edit though. So I'm first gonna do my editing. And then if there's time left, because it's a lot of fucking editing that I have to do tomorrow. But if there's time left tomorrow, I'll probably go live again. So it's probably gonna be later in the afternoon. So say at this time, 2 hours, 3 hours earlier, maybe. If I'm done with the edit. If I'm not, then obviously I'm just going to keep editing. Because I'm going to have load shedding tomorrow at very fucking miserable times. So it's going to ruin... It's going to make editing tough. But yeah, we'll see what I can do. What's the best thing I can do. With that said, though, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go grab some food because my power is going out in 3 hours and I still have to edit all of these videos from the stream before I can eat. So that we have some videos for tomorrow. I really appreciate all of you for coming out and hanging out with me today. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. If you didn't, I don't know what to tell you. This is the best I can do. Yeah, I'll definitely see you guys. I'll definitely see you on Monday. It all depends. Like, the weekends are usually a toss-up. Also, look out for the schedule for next week on Reddit. If we still have load shedding by next week, I'll make sure to sort of explain it in the schedule that these days we might go live these days we might go live these days, just based on whatever the fucking load shedding schedule is for the week. And hopefully the load shedding is done by the end of the week, by Sunday, I mean. Simple and quick. Cask, I have mince that I'm going to be making tonight. Some mince, and yeah. So I have to make it. I bought it 2 days ago and I haven't made it yet. So I have to get that shit done. Otherwise, it's just going to go bad in the fridge. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for spending your morning, your afternoon, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. Take care of yourselves. DEGENS, I'll see you in the next one. Peace out, fam.